Welcome to Humanity First Telethon 20 for 20. Welcome.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back as we host another Humanity First Telethon in 2023. This year's theme is 20 for 20. We'll tell you a lot more about that as we go. But first, we'll start with the recitation of the Holy Quran by Hamid Malik, who's not only the Chief of Staff of Humanity First USA, but he's also a Chief Information Officer in his day job as well. Hamid Malik Sahab, can you recite verses of the Holy Quran?
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम आऊज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम लैसल बिर्रा अन तुवल्लू वजूहकुम क़िबलल मशरिक़ वल मग़रिबि वलाकिन्नल बिर्र मन आमन बिल्लाहि वल यौमिल आखिर वल मलाइकति वल किताबि वन नबिय्यीन वातल माल अला हुब्बिही ज़विल कुर्बा वल यतामा वल मसाकीन वब्न सबील वस्साइलीन वफ़िर रिकाब वक़ामस्सलात वआतज़्ज़कात वल्मुफ़ून बिअहदिहिम इज़ा आहदू वस्साबिरीन फ़िल बअसाइ वज़्ज़र्राइ वहीनल बअस उलाइकल्लज़ीन सदकू व उलाइक हुमुल मुत्तकून. Translation: I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Merciful. It is not righteousness that you turn your faces to the east or the west, but truly righteous is he who believes in Allah and the last day and the angels and the books and the prophets, and spends his money for love of him on the kindred and the orphans and the needy and the wayfarer and those who ask for charity and for ransoming the captives, and who observes prayer and pays the zakat, and those who fulfill their promise when they have made one, and the patient in poverty and afflictions, and the steadfast in time of war. It is these who have proved truthful, and it is these who are the God-fearing. Jazakumullah.
Thank you, Hamid Malik Saab. Really appreciate it. Now, as we come in, as Humanity First USA enters its 20th year, as if you've never been to the telethon before, we have two purposes. One, to inspire you with stories of the work and the wisdom of volunteers and team members around the world working in disaster relief and many other areas, and we'll learn about all the programs. And secondly, just to remind everyone, this is a fundraiser. It takes financial resources to achieve all the great things we're going to be talking about. So don't be uncomfortable. We will be talking to you about raising money. We will be asking you to give towards Humanity First. Before we do that, I wanted to share a message from Humanity First International Chairman Ahmed Yahya Saib. Now, he's been involved with Humanity First for over 25 years, from the early days in London, and currently residing in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. He's shared a message which I'll read to you. He says, watching live Humanity First Telethon and Awareness Day across the globe, I see Humanity First USA approaching its 20th anniversary. Huge accomplishment by HF USA team, raised millions for the delivery of key projects in health, education, and food security. Amazing work done by Humanity First US team and volunteers. HF US has achieved their target in last many telethons. Wishing the HF US team a great success for this telethon. The world is facing too many challenges today. Our disaster relief teams have been extremely busy during the last 12 months, and we're receiving growing demands for help from all parts of the world, and we are very grateful to all our donors for their generous contributions and support of Humanity First. Long may such helpers continue to grow in numbers. That is a message from Ahmed Yahya, the International Chairman of Humanity First. And as we go from international to local, we have the Chairman of Humanity First USA with us today, Munam Naeem Sahib. Munam Naeem Sahib has served Ahmadiyya Muslim community in various capacities as Sadr Khudam al-Ahmadiyya, as National Vice President of Ahmadiyya Muslim Community USA, in many other capacities, and has been involved with Humanity First and the journey that it's gone on for the last 20 years. We'll talk about that in a second, but I want to welcome you. And in your day job, I know you worked with various aviation companies like United Airlines, my preferred airline, and many others. So welcome and thank you for joining us. And we wanted to just kick off and learn a little bit about what's going on as you go into this year. Why are we here? Tell us about what you achieved last year in the telethon.
Thank you, Mac. First of all, I really like to convey my greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum to all of our donors and our supporters. Happy to be here. And our chairman was supposed to be here. You read his message. He was not feeling well. So please pray for him. But Mac, before we go and talk about what we have packed up for this telethon and what we did last year and what we have on our plate, I have two inspiring quotes that I like to share with the audience. So I'd like the team to put the slides so our viewers can see that.
Sure, yeah.
And these are from head of our Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Aziz Mirza Masroor Ahmed. He addressed the international convention that Humanity First had back 2 years ago.
I see. Okay.
And these are the inspiration for all of our team members. And I just wanted to read this message here because you know what the gratitude that he gave to the teams of Humanity First, that what we've been able to do in, like you said, in 25 years, and is our 20th years coming up, and basically says that at the end, I also wish to offer my heartfelt congratulations to and thanks to the volunteers team of Humanity First, because during its first quarter century, they have served in an exemplary way. Then he further goes on, with great sincerity, loyalty, its volunteer has enabled Humanity First to live up to the name and become well established. So this is the quote I just wanted to share, and it's
exemplary service.
Exemplary service, and I believe so much in that because I see that day in and day out.
Yeah.
But I have one more slide that I'd like to put, the next slide also. Reason why I want to share that slide, because in this quote, he's urging, you know, he addressed the Humanity First volunteers and everyone, but he's urging the community members. And he's saying that serving to help all members of humanity to overcome their anguish and pain is the religious duty of an Ahmadi Muslim. So he's urging the whole community and worldwide that you must serve people. So, you know, Humanity First is providing the platform. He goes on further, he says that, that with grace of Allah, through work of Humanity First, many Ahmadis have had the chance to serve their neighbors and fulfill their needs, including those who are needy and also those who which live further, you know, in all of the nations of conflicts and the, you know, issues going on. Beautiful quote, and there's one slide, one that he provides, you know, a clarity that why Humanity First was established as a separate administrative entity, because obviously from the community perspective, the community is serving day and night in various different humanitarian programs, but that's a religious community. But on the other end, this charity organization was established so all noble soul from all faith, color, race, religion can join and do that. So those are the things that I wanted to share.
You know, that's really helpful just to touch on this, and it's just really inspirational, and I think the viewers can look at these quotes in full online as well as on the screen. But help me understand your last part. What is the relationship? I'm a proud member of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Right. I have no qualms sharing that. What is the relationship between the Ahmadiyya Muslim community and Humanity First USA or Humanity First International? I know it's a separate non-for-profit charity registered in over 30 countries as well. 60 plus countries. Yeah. Oh wow, we continue to grow. Right. What is the relationship?
Okay, so back in 90s, you know, the head of the Muslim community, the community was serving, you know, in some disaster relief area and all that. And they were
Bosnia?
Bosnia, and those crises were going on. And they were restricted, no, you're a religious organization, you can't help.
I see.
And people needed help.
Right.
So he said, okay, why? So based on that, he had a vision that we should set up a separate entity that, you know, is not stamped or have a stigma that you're a religious organization. So he had this vision to establish that, and that was established back in 1995. So once that was done, so it has its own board, own governance, you know, and the whole thing was established.
But the interrelationship is very powerful because, as you read the quote, it's to serve all mankind, not just Muslims, not just Ahmadis, not just a certain population, but it's for everyone.
For everyone, and so exactly, that's what Humanity First does. There's no, you know, selection of any specific country or any religion or anything. So that work continues. But benefit is the community members' support to become volunteer. So we have volunteers, you know, huge amount of volunteers from our own Ahmadiyya Muslim community, but we have communities from all over, from different churches, from different organizations, corporations, and, you know, obviously it's a work.
And then this is an established model, and I think we are proud of this model. We don't hide it in any way, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, we had a huge experience time of, you know, tsunami. Yeah. When we reached out there, we had no language barrier because we were able to solicit volunteer. People are ready to. So volunteer pool is a huge benefit in that sense also.
Great, and so let me transition from here. That's great clarity for all our viewers.
Right.
let me transition to now Humanity First. You know, they say you've come a long way, baby. We're 20 years, the journey, starting off in basements, and now look at you.
Right.
So this theme for now is we're starting the 20th year. You want 20 for 20. What does that mean?
Right. So we will have another session later on this. We will talk about why 20 for 20. Why are we looking for 20,000 supporters to support Humanity First at the mark of our start of our 20th anniversary? And we have a huge program that we will share.
Okay, that's great.
In that. But you know, looking back on our last 19 years, which is turning into 20, is a huge
it's a
amount
great
of work that we can talk about.
Great
Yes.
achievement.
Yeah.
And so 20,000 donors.
Or supporters.
Or
whatever.
supporters
Yeah.
in whatever way, their work, their wealth, their wisdom,
Right.
we're looking for. So in order to do that, let's share quick highlights about the programs. I have my favorites. I know you love all your children equally. Perhaps you love your daughter a little more, I assume. But let's talk a little bit about the programs. You know, when Humanity First is thought of in a lot of people's mind. Let's start with the biggest one is disaster relief.
Right.
You know, I love Dr. Mahmood Mohammed Qureshi.
Right.
Great leader. He's been working with you for the last 20 or so years, and he's in charge of not only disaster relief in the USA, but and does a lot of work internationally as well. What have you been working on these days?
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot happening.
Yeah, so just start out, two major, areas of focus for Humanity First. One is disaster response, and then second one is human development program. We'll talk about human development program, but in this, telethon, we have a huge session to talk about the disaster response. The whole team is going to come and share with our viewers what we have done. But on a higher level, I shall tell you, last year was packed of disasters there. And it seems like disasters are coming. Whether you talk about the Ukraine war disaster where our teams from here...
Humanity First helped with the
Poland,
victims of...
the teams actually traveled from here. German Humanity First was the host that did quite a bit of work.
Partner, okay.
Teams from our medical doctors team and other team. You'll hear about it.
Okay.
Then we had the Pakistan flood disaster that was major. And also we were looking at Nigeria flood, Kenya flood, the drought, and Florida and the islands, there were disasters. So all
even
of
domestically, there's been disasters.
Domestic, and there is a huge support from the Youth Association that every disaster that comes in the United States. So, but there is a session later on that we can talk about disaster response.
And tell me about the global health work. I know Dr. Naeem Luqmani does a lot of great work in this area. And what are the needs, financial needs in these programs, as well as disaster relief? I know we do a lot of fundraising, but in what is global health?
Right. So global health, is basically we can segment into section one. We'll talk about HF Healthcare Services, where we are taking care of bigger hospitals and the bigger needs of the country there. We'll talk about it. But generally in our global health, you mentioned Dr. Naeem Luqmani and Kaleem Malik and all those. There's a disaster response element, and there is capacity building missions. You take out the missions, to different countries, help them build their capacity, or do even simple medical camps, right?
That's
so
great.
so that work is done, gift of sight surgeries and all that. So I'll just tell you some number, basically,
sure.
if you're okay.
Yeah.
Last year alone, we did 11 medical missions and 13 gift of sight surgeries,
Wow.
missions. And total, we provided about 372 gift of
And
sight
Dr.
surgeries.
Ahsan Khan has been a leader in this space for a while now, and it's interesting the financial around this. For $120, we can complete a surgery to provide someone the gift of sight.
Sight, exactly.
Just for $120.
Yeah, I mean, you spend that in your dinner sometime, right?
Exactly.
And somebody gets their eyesight back. But there is, I think later on we will have a session, we'll discuss more
Sure.
on the global health issues. But absolutely, I think these are so critical.
So let's transition to HF Healthcare Services. Majid Khan, I know he's got a session coming up too, and he's very articulate about the work. But at a high level, what's going on there?
So, it started out when we started with our Nasser Hospital in Guatemala. He was huge undertaking. There were a lot of risks involved in that, how to manage that, investment of that. So that healthcare services, Majid Saab, took that initiative to do all the work so we can efficiently build a very high quality service. So that hospital, started out from that perspective, and just bigger entities are supposed to be taking care of that. So we are expanding the role of healthcare services.
And that's a real hospital. I mean, I've got a huge crush on Majid Saab as well, but there's a lot of other volunteers who are going there doing a lot of work. It's incredible, beautiful site. Let's transition to Knowledge for Life. I mean, I know there's an international component where we're building model villages and education centers around the world, and then there's a domestic element where Naila Humayun's working on as well.
Right. I think education is so important because I think in the underdeveloped countries, education can help fight extreme poverty, right? So two elements, as you mentioned, within USA, and these are mostly managed by youth. Yes, Naila Humayun is the director, but youth are managing that TEP, the
education project?
The education project. This started out in the COVID-19 time. The youth started out, they felt that there was, we can do something online, but this is now in the poor students who cannot afford a high level of tuition.
Amazing inner city communities in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
I mean, Hadis Qureshi and these guys are incredible.
400 tutors have signed up with them, and this is expanding in different states and all that, and the students that will benefit from that. Internationally.
And this is research, from what I understand, it's research-based. They're doing incredible work, and if you donate towards that program, you're literally helping students in our own backyards.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Internationally, so what we have built about 23 schools. We are operating 23 schools.
23 schools, wow.
And we are operating that, and imagine how many students are benefiting from there. I mean, I have huge numbers to.
And we have a challenge from Azure to build more, correct?
We will be building 25 more schools by 2025. So we have a packed challenge for eight, in this year, 8 next year,
and
8
what
next year.
What does it take to build a school?
Roughly around 50,000, 60,000 range, depending upon what you're building. You have smaller schools and bigger schools there. So but you can contribute to. Don't have to support a classroom. You can afford the whole school. You can do that, or sponsor a student. Sponsor 10 students.
That's great. So you can give financially
$10, $20,
any of these programs. That's great. Yeah. We just got a couple of minutes left. I just wanted to go a little bit further. Water for Life, another great program that you can create value in neighborhoods, small villages around the world. How does that work?
Right. So
$2,000, you're ready to go?
Exactly. So just you look at it simply in last year alone on Water for Life, that we have done 141 wells there. Mr. Sajid is leading that initiative for us, and with simple $2,000 investment, you can provide water to 700 people. And
that's water day in and day out. So they don't have to commute for 3 hours. They can go to school. They can do all these things. Right. Food security. I know that's a topic that we don't talk enough about. But in the U.S., there's 40 million people.
Exactly. And then we operated about 26 food pantries during COVID time. Served over almost 1.75 million meals, but we are operating about 7 food pantries right now, and we just inaugurated Atlanta Food Pantry.
That's Atlanta, right. Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. So I think biggest airport in the country,
in the
world?
country, right? But they're going to become a really good, big, huge pantry for us. Willingboro and other places that we have, Fort Worth, and we have in West Coast, we have food pantries all across running.
So throughout today, for the next few hours, people are going to learn about all these programs. People are going to financially give. They're going to give with their time, their talent, and their treasure.
Right.
Thank you for this kickoff. Thank you for setting the context and the stage for what happens for the rest of the day. Really appreciate it. As a reminder, we have this drive 20 for 20, 20,000 donors, 20,000 individuals who are attaching to us. So if you're sitting at home, I suggest you give for each one of your family members so we have them all inside our system, so we march towards this goal of 20,000 this year. Secondly, I want you to remember the Nasser Hospital as we expand there. We'll learn about that. And today's goal, once again, is $1.2 million we want to raise in the next less than 4 hours. It's going to take each and every one of you. You will learn about the programs. I want to assure you the money is well spent, it's well thought through, and we have a network around the world where we can help those that are in need within hours in a lot of ways and create sustainability for a lifetime. With that, thank you for joining us, and we'll be transitioning to our next session now.
How can we not feel the pain of poverty and suffering? A heavy burden is carried worldwide by people to find necessities like food, water, and shelter. Every year, millions continue to experience food insecurity and lack of access to clean water and medical care. These individuals are barely able to survive, with limited opportunities to receive quality education or acquire livelihood skills. Humanity First seeks to equip communities worldwide with education, food security, safe clean drinking water, healthcare for all, and immediate disaster response to address these pressing needs. Our goal is to empower communities through essential resources and opportunities for success and education so that they can achieve self-sufficiency. As we mark the start of our 20th year, we celebrate 2 decades of impact, and we set our sights on what we hope to accomplish by our 20th anniversary. We are pleased to announce the launch of our new membership campaign, 20K for 20. Our goal is to unite our existing and new supporters and create a community of 20,000 champions of humanity to support life-changing work around the world. Education is a cornerstone of sustainable solutions. It can lift individuals out of poverty and provide them with the tools they need to succeed in life. At Humanity First USA, we have been working to establish schools and vocational centers worldwide to promote education. One of our most significant successes in the United States is the Education Project, which offers virtual tutoring to underprivileged K through 12 students. This initiative has been particularly impactful during the COVID-19 pandemic. Hunger is real in America, and Humanity First USA has taken action to address it. What began as small food pantries have evolved into large food drives across 11 cities. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the food distribution lines grew hauntingly long, and the crisis appeared to be never-ending. In response, Humanity First USA expanded aid to countless people in need. Recently, we opened the first ever standalone food pantry on the outskirts of Atlanta in Duluth, which has become a launching pad for our efforts to combat hunger in America. We are ready to beat the hunger in every way and provide food security to communities. Clean drinking water is a human right, but water can be a source of great danger. Over 2 billion people live in water-stressed countries, and more are at risk due to climate change, population growth, and disease in heavily contaminated waters. To address this basic human need for clean drinking water, our Water for Life program constructs hand pumps and digs boreholes that have the potential to save lives and build communities. Inaugurated in 2018, Nasser Hospital in Guatemala stands out as one of our most significant milestones. This hospital was built to provide vital medical care to underserved communities. Due to the increasing demand for its services, the hospital has outgrown its current capacity, and a new extension is planned. The state of our care provided for the people of Guatemala has made waves in the community and the country at large. Humanity First USA has been at the forefront of disaster relief efforts both in the United States and with the Global Humanity First initiative. Our teams quickly assessed the situation and mobilized to help with the needs on the ground. We have a long history of providing disaster relief in the United States, dating back to Hurricane Katrina's devastation in New Orleans in 2005. Since then, Humanity First volunteers have aided in relief efforts for Hurricane Sandy, Ike, Dorian, and most recently Ida. Our recent global aid and support has extended to Ukraine and Pakistan, and we are offering continued assistance in Turkey and Syria since the devastating earthquake hit in February of this year. As we enter our 20th year of serving humanity, we are pleased to announce the launch of our new membership campaign, 20K for 20. This campaign is an opportunity for our existing and new supporters to unite and create a community of 20,000 champions of humanity. Our esteemed donors, who pledge annually to expand our ability to impact communities, will become champions of humanity through this campaign. By becoming a member, you will be supporting life-changing work around the world, such as constructing schools, combating hunger, installing water hand pumps, offering healthcare, and providing relief to those affected by disasters. We hope you will join us in this important work and become a part of our rich history of helping humanity through our initiatives. Join us in celebrating the launch into our 20th year. Support the Humanity First USA 20K for 20 campaign. By donating $20 today, you can become a champion for humanity. Be a part of this momentous year by contributing towards our goal of reaching 20,000 supporters in 2024. Visit our website www.usa.humanityfirst.org and become a member today and see our progress to become 20K strong throughout this 20th year of service.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Maya Sonori. I am 16 years old and we're here at the Willingboro Mosque where we conduct our monthly Humanity First food pantry. 2 days before the pantry, we receive pellets of canned food from the Food Bank of South Jersey where we store them in our storage building. The day of, our volunteers go to the food bank to receive dairy products and fresh vegetables that are also stored in the storage room. Starting from 10 a.m., our volunteers arrive to help package the goods. Our goods contain 2 different bags that include fresh goods and dry goods that can feed up to 4 members of a family. These bags include bread, cheese, fresh meat, lentils, milk, and kids' meals. Beginning from 11 a.m., we start our distribution process where we ask the community member how many members are in their family. And depending on that, without contact, we bring the goods and put them in their car.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Munawar Saqib from Willingboro Humanity First Food Pantry. We have been serving since 2010. Usually it's less than 100 families that come to our pantry every month, but when pandemic started last year, the demand went up a lot. So last year we actually got to serve 234,000 pounds of food to roughly 3,500 families.
Actually, no, forget it. No, you're
Hi, my name's Allison. I'm one of the part-time employees at the Food Bank of South Jersey. I'm part of the summer meals program. So basically what we do is throughout the summer we deliver boxes and milk to different locations to give out for families for their kids. So each box that we give out has 5 meals, 5 breakfasts and 5 lunches. So they're frozen and they just have to be taken apart and microwave some of it, and some of it's already ready to go. And then we give out milk. So today I'm at the mosque here and I'm working with Humanity First. This is my first time at this location, so we kind of work together they give out the stuff that they have, and then I give out the children's stuff that we bring.
So this year we have been doing 2 pantries a month, serving up to 100 families each time. Volunteers, we get many Khuddam, Ansar, Lajna, Nasrat, Atfal, they're all involved. Because of pandemic, we had modified our distribution procedure. Previously, people used to come into the masjid and select whatever they needed. But nowadays, because of the social distancing requirements, we don't let the drivers come out of the car and we just load the stuff in the trunk. We plan to continue as long as needed, inshallah.
No.
Hello, welcome back to the Humanity First 2023 live Global Telethon. We are so excited that you're here with us today. Supporters new and old from a long time. So thank you so much for joining. I'm Elena Ladone, the Vice President of Fund Development and Marketing at Humanity First USA, and I'm very excited to be joined by Munam Naim, our Chairman and Executive Director, and Majib Ajaz, Board Member and Chief Development Officer. Welcome.
Thank you, Elena.
So glad you're here.
We are.
And we are particularly excited about the 20K for 20 campaign, inviting 20,000 supporters to join us. We're going to hear a lot more about that. And the rest of the program will take us actually around the whole globe to learn about how Humanity First responds to disasters, feeds people, provides clean water and education. And before we start that, though, I'd love to start us back at the beginning. So Munam, you have been a leader of Humanity First USA since 2004. What does 20 years of impact mean to you?
Right. So I think we will have another session that will come up. Dr. Fahim Yunus is going to talk about a little bit the startup. But from the day one when I stepped in to register Humanity First here, this was back in 2003, September timeframe. And we were able to get Humanity First registered in January, and officially in April of 2004, we started Humanity First USA. We had our 501c3c registration, all of that done. And the beautiful thing was that at that point, we were just thinking small. We said, okay, first year we're going to raise like $60,000 and get Humanity First started. We didn't know right around there were major disasters that were set up there. So we planned for 60,000, but if you remember that major tsunami in Asia came in, and we just have to shift the gear. We were not even ready for these donations, for this volunteer work. That gave us a huge boost start, right? And from that day on, I think we have the passionate volunteer team that we've been building up, Elena. I can share what the last 19 years look like, and it is mind-boggling with the humble beginning and with the team members that we have and where we have been. I can talk about some of the programs if you allow me, because I think it's important to share, right? So in Humanity First is two major areas: focus, disaster response, and human development program. I will just very high level. If there is a slide there, that slide can be shared. For the viewers, we have, since our inception in 19 years, 20th years is next year, right? We have served about 4.4 million people, right? Wow. 4.4 million people. And we have responded to 68 disasters from USA. I mean, this is, internationally we have responded to about 200 some odd disasters, but from USA alone, from USA volunteers, 68 disasters we have responded. Food security wise, we have provided meals. We have served about 820,000 people, beneficiaries, but in COVID alone, we served almost 1.75 million meals. And so this is our, humble beginning. We are operating 23 schools, 5 skill centers. We are, from gift of sight perspective, we have performed about 4,800 cataract surgeries, giving the eyesight back to the people, right? So that is our major program. Water for Life, we have provided about 2.4 million people safe, clean, drinkable water, right? And we have almost dug about 1,500 installation, hand pumps, large water wells, and all that. From global health perspective, we have carried out about 257 medical missions. These are camps, these are capacity building missions, and we are operating 1 big hospital and 2 clinics there. Mm-hmm. And Knowledge for Life, which is, again, another beautiful program within USA and across the globe. As I mentioned, the educational project that is going on. But we have benefited about 56,000 students from education perspective, and then also 12,000 from the Skill Learning Center. So this is our humble beginning over 90 years that we have done, and we have to look forward to our 20th year milestone coming up.
And what HFUSA has accomplished is part of the broader global impact of Humanity First. Yes?
Right. Yeah. So yeah, if we talk about that, if they can show this next slide here, I'm not going to spend the time because we want to talk to Mujib as well, right?
Course.
So 13 million people internationally to date we have served, and I think from the slide you will know how many disaster and all that. This is the help that our donors provide, our supporters provide, our passionate volunteers that come and provide us. So it's a huge accomplishment with the meager resources that we have. Is the work of the passionate volunteers that we do.
One of those volunteers, of course, being our volunteer board member and chief development officer. So Mujib, Munam has told us a lot about where Humanity First USA has been and has come from. Tell us a little bit of where HFUSA is going.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here in this studio with Munam as the founder, if you will, of the U.S. chapter of Humanity First. And as I think about what is the bedrock of this organization, it's really the volunteers. And the volunteers that have dedicated time and service bring skills, professional skills, and also their passion for service in probably a unique way, because they're global volunteers. It's a global family of volunteers. And as that set of skills have banded together, there really isn't a job where Humanity First has been involved in the development of a next generation effort where they haven't been able to overcome all of the obstacles by that will and service that sort of are at the bedrock of the organization.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what causes the organization to get into an evolving field of good works. For example, a medical mission in Guatemala that eventually turned into a hospital, and that now is serving Guatemalans in very unique ways, bringing medical doctors from the U.S. to volunteer in another country. That's become a really important beacon of support for the local communities, and also a new model for Humanity First. The volunteers traveling in an international way, bringing education and development to countries that need different skills. So to me, as I think forward and I think about this initiative of 20,000 for the 20 years, I think that it's really trying to expand the reach of those that now know the organization that did not previously know it. What we want to do is, as we've expanded Humanity First over the 19 years where volunteers are serving the organization, we have created a fabric that's very dedicated. Now we're looking for more of an awareness and bringing new people around the organization, whether it's in the class of donors, those that will volunteer that are not within the normal organization's population of those that serve. We want to bring more people around the organization to amplify its good work. An example is that when we go to a medical mission, a medical doctor that's normally serving year after year, bringing one or two friends with, and then that creates more awareness, and then that also creates a stronger fabric in how we can approach new projects. So we think that 20,000 new donors or the new supporters of the organization to mark the 20 years of service that we've done is a really good way of amplifying the organization, because it'll bring more new people around us.
Agreed. And we know that there are far more than 20,000 people in this country and around the world that really want to be champions for humanity. So tell us a little bit more about what this initiative means. 20,000 people coming in, like what will that allow us to do? Where are we going?
So in my mind, first, I think we are asking to join us as a member. So from that perspective, if everybody pitches just a small amount of $20, that gives us unrestricted donation to start out with, and then if they hear from us more frequently, if they join as a member, something will resonate with them, right? Whether Water for Life, whether Gift of Sight, we feel that people should be engaged. People are very willing to give, when the disaster comes. People just come and donate because they feel the pain. The voices which are not heard are these other issues, whether that is food problem or water problem or blindness is at the rise. This is what we want to try to promote. We want to get this 20,000 people. We have the platform, the volunteer base, and we have proven through that. Our goal is to tap into these 20,000 people, share what they can do. I'm telling you that the people will just step up and help. And I just want to recognize, while we're looking for those 20,000 people, Mujib, we have our supporters from different business and corporation. We need to definitely recognize their help as well.
Absolutely. Actually, that was my next question. The business community has supported Humanity First throughout as well. So this 20,000 supporters, it isn't just about individuals, although individuals are extremely important. It is the broader community and these other kinds of stakeholders. So first, Monam, if you could tell us a little bit about how the current base of businesses have supported Humanity First. And then Mujib, I'd love to hear, I mean, you've always been a champion for how businesses can impact society in a positive way. So I want to hear more about your philosophy and how that connects with Humanity First USA. So
I'm really, I think, excited for Mujib to join our board, and I think, absolutely we need to tap in that and help our volunteer. But I'll just point out a couple of our business supporters. I just want to recognize them because of their help also, and obviously all of the donors. But for instance, DataViz, Smart IS, Micro Agility, these are really core businesses that have been continuously year over year supporting us. Zirvi family thing, and then we have Lehigh Valley Surgery, and then Seven Formations, and then American Forklift. These are smaller organizations that are pitching in. So what we're looking for, corporate America, we were looking for is smaller businesses to step in, or the larger businesses, because I think what we have proven to them in our last 19 years of service that they can trust Humanity First, and they can be our partner and just support that. So we need to take.
Well, we have to mention Accelerated Rehab and Pain Management and also Genius Zone. So
yes.
The two of them have also actually been longtime supporters as
Absolutely.
well. Yeah, thank you.
So when I think about a corporate family, it's no different than your own personal family around a dinner table. When you share stories about what you're engaged in, it can inspire. And a corporate family is those that work together in a professional environment. And as businesses decide which philanthropic activities to get involved in, and they research the activities of any kind of good works that are going on, and they decide to endorse an organization, that's a very powerful signal to the employees that trust the leadership of the company, but also the assessment that that organization is spending the money that is being donated in the proper ways that will actually aid people. And as I think about that, the most powerful way for us as a Humanity First organization to gain broader populations of support is to approach the leaders of companies and let those leaders get to know the work of Humanity First. For example, when the disaster in Turkey happened, the earthquake, there were many wondering in the U.S. how to help, and it's not clear how to help. So you have a population of people that are definitely interested in coming to the aid of a natural disaster, but they don't know exactly how to do it. And they'll hear that there are many other organizations that are participating, but then they don't know which ones to engage in. So our job as Humanity First in corporate development is to approach business leaders, define the programs that are going on, give a chance for those leaders to learn about how the fundraising works, how the volunteerism works, what percentage of the funding goes to the actual good works, which is in Humanity First case, more than 85, 90% of the funding going to the actual good work is an important mechanism to convince organizations that it's the right way to get your money to work. And so what we're going to do is continue to grow the population of businesses that learn about Humanity First and that start participating.
And Mujib, I think recently, Elena, you're part of the starting of another team we brought on board to, go out with the corporate America. I think you've been with that team, Mahmood, and other people that have joined us, small businesses. Absolutely, I think you are absolutely right. We need to really tap in to those resources as well.
Yeah, we're expanding the types of stakeholders that we're able to engage in, and expanding the ways that we connect with them. So for individuals and businesses, starting things like a weekly newsletter so that updates and stories can happen more regularly, in addition to these very individualized and personal outreach and connection that the two of you have mentioned. I hope that all of our supporters will look for these ways that Humanity First is really trying to reach out and share more of what we're doing, because there's so much going on and then just so much information out there, but we really want to get that story across to the people who are supporting our organization. So,
right. Elena, if I want to just plug in for our viewers, we have our vision for 21 to 25. Remember, we have been talking about, our goal that we have established. We have to, we looked at it, what the needs are, 25 schools that we need to build, right? And 6 million people, the water we are going to provide. So there is a clear vision laid out. And I think, Mujib, you and I talked about the sustainability. We are doing certain programs that we need to look for sustainability as well. We have demand for that. We need to do X amount of cataract surgeries because we see that pain. We see the food demand. We see all of this thing, and we're trying to do our best. But sustainability is, I think, Mujib, we definitely have talked about it, and we need to go after that as well.
Yeah, that's right. And as you think about corporate goals also align with topics like sustainability and thinking about not only the medical missions and the water security, but looking at people getting access to energy. And that's a big topic. In fact, I've spent now a better part of a year working in sub-Saharan Africa to learn about the population's current access to energy and how we can evolve ideas, how we can bring the volunteer support of Humanity First in the region to help us not only learn, but also then build relationships and start deploying technologies that can help in that way.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's a way that we can infuse some innovation into how we're working with populations around the world as well.
That's right.
Those communities will benefit greatly from having that kind of technology and us being able to incorporate that into what we do. I know we have solar panels on our schools and in our water wells, bringing that together so that it's not one time, it's a recurring and regenerative support system within that program that we're working with that community on.
Absolutely. Elena, I just want to take one moment to recognize Elena as well. Joining our team here. We're really looking forward to work with the corporate America, work with the businesses as well, because I think our message is very good. Our work is very, inspiring to share. We have a significant amount of volunteer force, a passionate volunteer force.
Yes, we do.
So I think with all of this thing here, I'm really looking forward to the next milestone after the 20th anniversary that we are going to have. So very excited.
I'm looking forward to the milestone of the 20th anniversary. You're already looking beyond that, so that's fantastic. The last question I'd love to hear from both of you is why? Why should our supporters be part of the 20,000 Champions for Humanity? Why should they support Humanity First this year and into the next 20 years, since we're already looking ahead?
I think from my side, they should join us because they should see our passion. What we've been able to do with this small amount, our impact is so significant and huge. We have volunteers, a footprint from the volunteer support perspective in any country that, needs the help to whether it's a disaster response. We are frugal with how we spend the money. We stretch the dollar. You give me $1, I'll stretch to $10 because I have doctors, volunteers, I have, professionals, everybody. So we have proven ourselves. So I think that's my message, that need is there. Listen to those silent voices and join us. We are frugal. We have proven ourselves. Look at our financial statements and all of that, the audits and everything else, that's proven fact. I'll give it to Mujib then.
Yeah, I think that I will build on that the Humanity First organization will step into a situation in which the need becomes apparent, and then they'll harness resources in unique ways to start servicing that need. For example, in the disaster response that HFUSA participated in Turkey, the need that started out as a medical mission evolved into a food security mission. And the food security mission that was born out of the local population saying this is what we actually need, is people need food security because now they're living in tent cities and they don't have food security. Humanity First mobilized and within 3 weeks set up a field kitchen that now served over 1 million meals since just a 3-month period.
That's incredible.
In a 3-month period, it served 1 million meals. Volunteers from neighboring countries gathered together and then organized something that was birthed literally in the field, acted upon, and then deployed. And so if people that are trying to learn about Humanity First want to think about a dynamic organization that is absolutely zeroed in on service and making sure that we create security and that we create a betterment of humanity, this is the organization. It really does know how to do that.
Fantastic. Well, I hope everyone who's watching today will join us. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How can we remove the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? Children and adults around the world are left behind on this journey to success. Education is, at most times, the farthest from the minds of people who are struggling to survive daily with a roof over their head and food on the table. Generations have gone without the introduction of schooling and do not comprehend what it may do for them to break the chains of poverty. Providing the youth and adults with skills and education so they can surface from the economic hardships is the goal of the Knowledge for Life program. Humanity First USA has been building and running schools and skill centers across South America, Africa, and Asia to help children and adults become empowered and succeed in the community they are living in. Communities have rallied behind these schools and are sending their children who walk miles to take advantage of what is provided by Humanity First USA. These facilities are run by amazing, hard-working teachers and staff who give these children the essential tools to succeed. Kids who graduate into the next level are recognized as Humanity First children by the first-class level of education they have received. Our skill centers provide adults with skills for them to get their jobs and open their own businesses. Humanity First USA helps these partner countries open skill centers in sewing, car mechanics, basic computer skills, driving, electricians. Many have opened their own businesses at home after graduating from our skill centers and have entered the path to success and sustainability.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Amnata Meya. Je suis au centre de formation Humanity Mali. J'ai fait 3 ans de formation. Après, je vais devenir une styliste, créer mon propre atelier et prendre des ouvriers. Et j'invite tous mes sœurs à venir faire la couture parce que c'est le travail qui libère l'homme.
In America, we have also taken on the educational divide in underserved and struggling communities. The Education Project is a free tutoring program under Humanity First USA that provides children who are struggling between K-12 to close the gap in their education and succeed towards higher education.
For the Education Project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who is going into kindergarten this year. By far, the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
So many children have been impacted by economic and COVID-related educational hurdles that we are striving to assist. How can we do more and keep removing the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? We can do this by understanding that children are the future. Not just some children, but all the world's children. Humanity must rise to support the pathways for success and well-being of these children stuck in deep poverty and suffering. You can do this by supporting our future endeavors of building more school skill centers and help support all the children and adults currently in the Humanity First USA Knowledge for Life program.
Martin Luther King once said, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence."
And welcome back to the studio with our 2023 telethon as we march towards having 20,000 donors giving towards Humanity First USA. You know, earlier you learned about the story of how Humanity First was started around the world, internationally, in the UK and Bosnia. Now we want to talk about our origin story 20 years later, how Humanity First started in the USA. And I'm glad to have Dr. Fahim Yunus on the line, and he's going to tell us about the story of Caterham Court in a basement where Humanity First started and how it's come along. Dr. Yunus is with the University of Maryland, Chief Quality Officer. He's also an ID Ustad, or also an infectious disease doctor. We lovingly call us Fahim Bhai. Fahim Bhai, are you on the line? as he comes on the line, we'll just share a little bit more about him. Fahim, I assume you can hear us and you caught all my jokes?
I am online, but I'm just having some difficulty hearing you.
I called you an ID Ustad just so I make sure our jokes are aligned. And we were talking about the journey of Humanity First and a quick introduction of yourself. But can you start off by telling us that how it all started in your basement in Caterham Court of the origin of Humanity First in the USA?
My apologies, I've lost all audio. I cannot hear anything from the studio.
So while we're getting caught up, the Humanity First has come such a long way. 20 years ago, you were Sadr Khudam al-Ahmadiyya, the 40 and under age group, and then while you were there, and looks like you are over 40 now, and you turned over 40, and you transitioned. How did you get involved with Humanity First?
Okay, well, I think if Fahim Yunus is back, so definitely like to hear from him.
Fahim, can you hear us? No, so go ahead.
Yes, I think, I was actually, the work that Dr. Fahim Yunus and the team had done to start the Humanity First. Actually, when I was serving as the president of MD Youth Association, I had this also a vision that we need to get started. So I wrote some letters to the international that, okay, we need to get started, but that was 1999. But actually,
sounds like ages ago. Yeah.
Ages ago, right?
Yeah.
But actual work is what Dr. Fahim Yunus is going to explain that how that got started. But I was asked at that point by our Amir of that country then that
and at that time, who? Dr. Hassan Al-Zafar. Okay.
That okay, it seems like Humanity First needs to be started here, and you are picked to lead it from this point on. And the team had already worked, and you will hear about it. But I took the ball from there. This was back in September of 2003.
September 2003. We'll get the origin story, but just tell us a little bit about and who was involved at that time. Who was the first calls you made to get engaged?
Right. So I think started out with, obviously I tapped into Shakur Bhai.
Shakur Ahmed, yeah.
Shakur Bhai, right?
Shakur Bhai, yeah.
Shakur Bhai, Bashir Malik Saab, and a few people that we gathered that let's get the Dr. Mahmood Qureshi, let's get this registration process done.
Yeah. So this group, there's a strong tie, and I know Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association has been helping a lot today, but the tie with Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association goes back over 20 years. Shakur Bhai was also president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association. Fahim Bhai was president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association. Mahmood Qureshi was vice president of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth. So it seems like there's a long tie of these youth wanting to serve.
Passion.
Yeah.
We talked about it in an earlier session.
Yeah.
This is the passion that has driven, to get this, organization from the ground up and running.
And so all these individuals come together. I know that there's a formation document. What was the first disaster that I know back then it was very focused on disaster, rightfully so.
While we were registering process, there was an Iran earthquake that had happened just recently, smaller earthquake. We said, okay, fine, we'll raise small amount of money. But right after that was the tsunami.
In Indonesia. Yes, I remember.
2004, beginning of 2005, that was the biggest disaster, and that we talked about in an earlier session.
Yeah.
Took us off the ground,
And I know there's a lot of money raised. There's a lot of individuals sent over there. I mean, and we were just learning how to get our sea legs. Did we have doctors volunteering? How did we mobilize people? I know we didn't have Twitter back then.
No, we did not, but the passion is what basically brought forward. We had, volunteers not only from, let's say, USA, but, other countries also, because it was international disasters to start out with. Yeah. But our team in USA was just, so motivated, right? So while we were headed out to tsunami disaster, I remember Guyana had a worse flood. So we sent a team there. We sent the team to in Indonesia, and then subsequent to that, the major earthquake, in Kashmir, India, Pakistan had started there.
So before we bring him back, Fahim, you know, my son is 11. He gave $250 out of his own pocket money that he had. You have 3 kids. Are you committing anything on behalf of your kids before we go forward?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I'm sure they're watching it, and I'm going to just make sure that their donation is there.
That's great. Dr. Yunus, I assume we have you now. I want to confirm before I tell any more jokes.
Yes, and I can hear you as well, like always. So we can start with the banter.
That's great. We were just sharing how the strong relationship of Humanity First and the Ahmadi Muslim Youth Association. You were president, Munam Naeem Saab was president, Shakur Ahmed Saab was president, Mahmood Qureshi Saab was vice president, and that passion and that connection that came out of that organization and individuals who came out of there to serve humanity in various ways as they graduated and some would argue got old. But I remember Caterham Court, a beautiful basement with walls full of words that you were leading an exercise to start Humanity First in USA. Take us back there and tell us our origin story.
Sure. So the origin story in US, I would say, starts somewhere around 2003 with just 2 people at that time. Was Mahmood Qureshi and myself in the youth organization. Less than $1,000 budget, 2 people, and a night full of Googling. Back then, that was our largest, greatest, most effective tool. And then a few months later, I remember, and you were also serving as the vice president of the youth organization, when maybe from 2, it got to 6 or 7. And now we were all sitting in that basement with some light refreshment, snacks, and the walls full of effort versus impact analysis, which initiatives should we pick, which will require more effort, which will have most impact. And it's really heartening. Back then, like, we talk of a lot of these tech startups that just started in a garage. Humanity First started in a basement. And for it to survive 20 years, and from those 5, 6 people with Munam Naeem Saab's leadership and the global leadership, for it to become an exceptional organization, 4 stars, 94% ranking on Charity Navigator, is just unbelievable. It's a dream come true.
And you know, we're proud of your Twitter following, particularly after COVID. And I think you can continue to grow that, by the way. There's room to grow there. But yet, you wrote in there that this organization is close to your heart. I know you were on the board for a while. Why does it matter to you?
Sure, I think there are various levels. I would say number 1 is the global vision of this organization. As Monam Naeem Saab was saying, we were in Indonesia, we were in Houston, we were in Pakistan, we were in Turkey. The range is global. And number 2, I've worked with this organization nearly 2 decades now. There is no politics, there is no agenda. These are top quality volunteers. From a worldly standpoint, these are very high achieving people. If they wanted to make more money or become popular, they could do it at their day job much more easily. And the level of their, and then their character, these are God-fearing people. So I believe in the vision, I believe in their strategy, I believe in the execution. 20 years, and you're digging wells in Africa. So I think I've really noticed the growth.
So you're the chief of quality at University of Maryland. We have a lot of medical work that's done. I'm sure you've observed it. Do you believe we have the quality of service as we go around the world? This is hard work. We have emergency doctors. We have various backgrounds and perhaps a few infectious disease doctors as well. Do you see the quality of the work happening today?
So I think, great question. Short answer is yes. Quality is a very complex issue. Number 1, the way you measure quality is really a gradual progression. Are you improving year over year? From that metric, yes, we are improving. And people who are driven for quality and who value quality also understand that there is a very important principle in quality, which is called preoccupation with failure. You never rest on your laurels. You never feel I've arrived, and yes, I am the name in the town now. So that's another thing. I think Humanity First has that preoccupation with failure, where we're very open with looking at where else we need to do better. But year over year improvement, top quality people, great strategy, great execution. I think our best days are in the future.
That's amazing. So, you know, I got to talk to you about the other side of the work around This is a fundraiser. We're attempting to get 20,000 individuals this year in our as we launch the 20th year of Humanity First. My son Momin committed $250. We're looking at Shireen. We're looking at Sanan, Afan, Anam. How can you help us? How can you inspire our audience inside your home and outside to march towards that 20,000 individual goal?
So first of all, I'm impressed that you remember the names of my children in the right order. That's not an easy thing. Everyone has
I
their
won't
own.
name my favorite.
That's the dad, of course, you know. But I think everyone has their own why. I would like for everyone listening that our why should be deep, philosophical, and looking at the hereafter. What is it for me in the hereafter, whatever I spend here? But then more on a more surface level, this social responsibility. Human beings, we go through three phases: learn, earn, and then return, right? So whichever you may be at, but you understand you have to return. That's an important part of our social responsibility. And being a doctor, I'll just tell people you'll live longer. Studies have shown actually when we started Humanity First, there was a study in 1999 that said 6% improvement in mortality, improved serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin. These are your love and friendly hormones. You'll have less risk of depression. People who volunteer and donate in charitable organizations are usually happier, longer living people.
So donating is a great drug. Thank you, Dr. Yunus, for joining us. Thank you for your insight from starting at Caterham Court to the journey of Humanity First's quality of its work and not resting on its laurels and continuous improvement. And as we continue to fundraise, thank you for joining us, Dr. Yunus.
I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And now as we transition, you heard about our origin story, amazing work being done from Munam Saab and Fahim Yunus Saab. Now we're going to transition to another video and keep moving.
Assalamu alaikum, Hibi Iqbal. So we are here at the Zafar camp. It's located at the top of the mountain. The majority of the people here, as you can see, are Syrians. They have their camp set up, and it's growing in numbers by the day. Inshallah, alhamdulillah, we've had the opportunity to be here for the last week, serving this group, and we've built some great relationships. The process pretty much is, there's a helper from the Syrian side who is sort of telling us how many. Each person has a card that indicates how many meals that they need for their tent. And based on that card, we distribute the food. Today we're serving a butter chicken, which is sort of a shorba that they call it. And we have some rice and behind me, and then we also have bread on a daily basis. So these are the typical evening meals. We have a couple of dishes, and then bread is a must in every meal. As you can see, there's a card here, the number 6. So this family brought their pot with them. We fill up their pot for enough for 6 individuals, so it sort of varies by family. Once they've gotten their pot, they go and get the rest of their meal. So alhamdulillah, it's been a great experience. We've built some great relationships with some of these people despite the language barriers. They've been very friendly and very welcoming to us, and very grateful for for us being here. And alhamdulillah, it's been a great experience for us, rewarding at the same time as something that we just express our gratitude to Allah Ta'ala that we are so fortunate. And these people, despite the challenges that they're facing, they're still so positive, smiling, laughing, and joking with us. So it's a great a great experience. Very difficult to difficult to leave. We're leaving tomorrow, and it's going to be a very sad occasion in the sense that we're leaving this family away from in Turkey that we've built. Breakfast, we start at around 8 a.m. We head over to the camp. Our breakfast consists of boiled eggs. It has bread, butter, jam, Nutella, as well as the toast, and olives, as well as cheese. We have we serve this on a daily basis. We have seen the numbers grow rapidly since I've been here for a week. Three? Okay. And you know, every day this campsite has grown. Every time we've come here, they put up more tents. You know, we used to have this whole space to ourselves. It's gotten a little bit tight because, you know, they've put so many more tents behind us. And I think they're going to probably have this area where we are now covered pretty soon with a tent. So we're going to have to find another potential location. But as far as numbers go, you know, in the morning we're probably doing close to 500 to 600 breakfast meals here, and in the evening, depending on the day, you know, we're doing similar numbers, maybe a little bit more plus minus, depending on the day. So you know, that's how it's been, and it's been growing, you know, as the camp has grown. You know, people come one at a time with the families bring one representative, and they pick up the food for, you know, mostly 8, 9, 10 people, sometimes even more. So it's you know, the numbers are sometimes hard to keep track of, just based on who we see, but you know, we're packing a lot of meals, or we're distributing a lot of meals that go back and are fed to the families that are home.
So this is chorba, and what is this? Is this rice?
This is a rice. This is called burzug. Burzug? This is burzug, right? Borgul. Borgul. It's a typical Turkish dish. Hassan is serving that for now. He's serving that. It's a Turkish dish. It's a mix of different types of wheats and barley and rice. It's very delicious, actually. And the first time I've had it, but you know, these people here really enjoy it, and it's something that, you know, was a hit yesterday when we had it first time, and we had it again today. Ashra. Ashra. And in the whole process, we're learning Arabic and Turkish numbers, which is a good, you know, good bonus for us. Alhamdulillah. There's a lot of kids that come and also, you know, take meals for their families. So you can see these young children that are carrying hot plates and, you know, so responsible that, you know, I haven't seen any one of them drop it or spill anything. So it just shows, you know, how these young kids have grown with this disaster and have grown up so fast. Thomania.
Perfect. So good afternoon, viewers. My name is Dr. Mahmoud Qureshi. I'm the Vice President for Disaster Relief for Humanity First USA. I'm also the Director for International Disaster Relief for Humanity First International. And it's my privilege to be talking to you today, but I am with my two biggest key volunteers who have been serving Humanity First USA Disaster Relief Team. With me is Shafat Salik Saab and Hibi Iqbal Saab. Hibi Iqbal is also the Vice President of MK USA, the youth organization. I'm going to, you know, we have been serving together for a little while, and I was going to go to Shafat first because I was lucky to work with you in Poland, at Medica, as well as in Turkey. So I just wanted to ask you, how do you think the two experiences were similar, and how were they different?
Yeah, the similarities between them were that, you know, families were displaced and they were looking for help and assistance, whether it was with food or, you know, with toiletries and, you know, the day-to-day things that we take for granted, they're always there. When you're displaced, you run out of all of that. You're completely at the mercy of anyone willing to help. So those were kind of the main similarities between them. The differences were the circumstances, for sure. In Poland, we noticed that all of the families that were coming through were just women and children, no men. And in Turkey, because it was a natural disaster, all of the whole family as a whole was kind of displaced, and they were kind of forced into these tent cities, and, you know, living in just a tent for, you know, they actually don't know how long they're going to be living for. So we were supplying them food, toiletries, and, you know, everything else that we possibly could. But the setup in Poland was kind of transitional, where people were coming through. And in Turkey, the way it was set up was we actually used to deliver food to each individual campsite and you know, feed all the folks, children, families all together. So that was the experience there.
No, great, Shafat. That's wonderful. Hibby, your experience, what motivates you to serve humanity and go into disaster response? It almost puts us into harm's way. And what motivates you? How do you, agree to do so much for humanity?
Well, Dr. Saab, I think that what motivates us is our faith. Our faith and our service to humanity. I think that's something that is hard to describe. Sitting here is very difficult, as I mentioned to you a little while ago, to try and explain to a viewer or anyone, what it feels like to be a volunteer and to serve humanity. It's very difficult to express in words, but when you're on the ground, even in a local disaster somewhere in the U.S., you sort of experience a different vibe. You experience hands-on what it feels like to help someone. You see the joy on their faces, you see how grateful they are for your service, and then when you do it multiple times, it just becomes like a, almost like a fix. You want to help people, and in turn, it helps you. It's one of the things that, I try to tell all my friends or volunteers that go is that, you're helping yourself as much as you are helping them, because it's building, something within you to serve humanity on the ground where it's the most difficult, where the unknowns are there. I've never felt as if I've been in any danger. I felt like, there's always been something protecting us, and that, we believe is God Almighty. But, we have a great system in place. We have, great resources throughout the world that help us in making sure that we have what we need to serve. And it makes it all the more easier.
So thanks, Ibi. Just for your awareness, the food kitchen where you were working, we ended the work yesterday after working there for 3 months, and we have served 1.4 million hot meals to people who were affected by this earthquake. So thank you for your work. Absolutely. So in this work, we ended up working with folks from other countries, for example, Germany, UK, and there are some differences and some challenges. What do you think, what's the best way to work with different, people from different places? What's your understanding?
It's interesting. Every country, every group of people have their different styles of doing things. But when you, as a volunteer, you come in with a clean slate. I found it that it's best to come in open-minded, ready to work and ready to serve in any capacity. If your mindset is to serve, it doesn't matter what kind of person you're working with. Sometimes you're working with someone who is a little bit more free or someone more strict. But at the same time, at the end of the day, our goals are aligned. And if you keep that objective in mind, there should be no issue working with others. There's been times that, skill sets are different. In the United States, I feel as if we have a different type of skill set. We come in with a different organized manner. The Germans, the UK have their own, pros. And all of that combined together when we're working as one unit really complements one another. We complement each other on the ground, and we're able to serve better because, they provide resources that we don't have. We provide different skill sets that they might not have. And at the end of the day, it's, it all comes together, just, perfectly, and we were able to serve.
So, Shafat, I remember when we were working in Poland together, you guys, set up that food chain where, basically almost like a, process of how to make a sandwich and an efficient way.
Right.
And the Germans were impressed and started following the same.
Right.
Is there any story or any inspiring story that you can share with the viewers that you recall that touched you and then can touch others?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most touching stories are always, involving children. That was, the thing that both sites had in common. We saw many children coming across the border from Ukraine, and it was kind of nice to, give them a little treat, a little chocolate or candy. Same thing in Turkey. When we went there, everybody's of course happy to receive food because it's nourishment. But when you have 50 kids and you give them like a Jolly Rancher, which in our world it's like nothing. Nobody even eats them here, right? But you give them out and the kids are just like hugging you and they're all excited and happy about it. That's something that you can't experience. Like it's when you've been deprived of something so simple as just a piece of candy and you get it all of a sudden, the happiness that they get, it's just unmatched by anything that we experience here. But I would like to add something to the communication thing. It's interesting because not only do we have our own communication gaps, right, where we're dealing with our own organization, but you also, every time you go in, like we went to Poland, there were 2 different languages that we had to deal with. We had to deal with Polish and Ukrainian. And same thing in Turkey. When we went, we had to deal with, Arabic and Turkey and, Syrian. So it was kind of like a little mix. And the thing is like Hibby said, when you're willing to serve, you kind of start picking up on the little things, like you start counting, they'll tell you like how many they want. So you learn the simple things like, bread, rice, this, that, and the other. So it's kind of nice. You pick up on little things and learn culture and a little bit of the language. So it was
Wonderful.
very nice.
So Hibby and Shafat, myself, and we are working on preparing for the next disaster and training our volunteers, and we are coming up with a plan. Hopefully in June we'll be doing some of that work. But if you wanted to motivate some of our younger youth who want to volunteer for Humanity First, what's your advice?
My first bit of advice is that don't worry about what your skill sets are. Don't worry about what experience you have. Shafat Bhai and I, we're not doctors. We're not engineers. We're coming in just to serve wherever we can. And some of the work that is required is grunt work. You need to be able to just pick up something and move it from one place to the other. And that's just as important sometimes, because when you're dealing with these situations, you have to be ready for anything. So that's my first piece of advice, is that, don't worry about what you have coming in. Just come in with the mindset of serving and serving your fellow man. And, the benefits that you'll get ultimately are going to be something that will train you and develop you in all aspects of your life. Whether it's school, work, these things that we've learned on the ground in some of these places, leadership skills, organization skills, all of that stuff is applicable anywhere in any aspect of your life. So if you're ready to serve and you're willing to serve, sign up. Be ready. We're working on some disaster relief objectives and trainings that we'll do amongst our youth in June, and to give basic elements of it, so that you can get a sneak peek. Obviously, you can't prepare for everything, but hopefully, we can start at the ground level and work our way up from there.
Thank you, Hibby. So the best way to sign up is you go to the website www.us.humanityfirst.org, and you have a click to volunteer, and then put your information there, and we try to engage with you and follow up with you. And as we close, in the last 6 months to 8 months, Humanity First USA didn't just work in Turkey, but we worked in Florida, we worked in Dominican Republic, we worked in Kenya, northern Kenya, we worked in Burkina Faso, and across the globe, and Pakistan, of course, where there was major floods. So, we had our work cut out in the last 8 months, and let's pray that we don't see more disasters this year, but, but we're ready to serve.
Of them, as I told you, due to the coldness, they had severe cooling cold effects on their fingers, on their toes. Some of them were really exhausted, tired, and had vomiting and nausea, had pain in the stomach. So of course they had children from 3 to 12 years old. So my task was, before they were, before they traveled to Germany and Austria, we had to check them, we had to examine them, and then also treat some of them.
Assalamualaikum, Asim Bhai, if you can tell us what's happening here today.
Sure. So we were contacted by this lovely old couple who needed help with the cleanup of their yard. So me and Shoaib Bhai, we came down and we just, clean up their yard. Still a lot more work that is needed, but for the time being, that's all they needed from us. So the grace of God,
Great. Can you introduce the neighborhood? What's it like in Fort Myers today?
Yeah. So I mean, I think there's you can clearly see there's a lot of patchy areas of a lot of devastation, like where we are right now. This was closer to the beach. So one of the gentlemen told me that this whole car was submerged in water. So we're talking about almost 4 feet of surge here.
Wow.
So as you can see, the neighborhood looks pretty battered.
Hello everyone, I'm standing right next to Miss Willis. We're here in Fort Myers. and her home was very badly damaged by Hurricane Ian. Ms. Willis, can you tell us about how your experience was today with the Humanity First workers who are here?
It was the most pleasant experience. I'm blessed that they stopped by to help me because this is something I could not have done on my own.
We started our morning by providing food to the needy, and then afterwards we turned our attention towards helping out neighbors to see what they need help with the cleanup. So we're here helping out, and if you can introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Kathy Anderson.
Yes, can you tell us about your experience so far with Humanity First being here today?
Perfect. It was never better timing. I had all that mess and I couldn't get it out here by myself. So this is such a blessing. You guys just showed up in time.
Yes.
I just was running out of energy. I could not get it all to the road.
What do they help you with today?
They helped me carry all the stuff that I've been throwing out of the front of the house because I couldn't get it to the road by myself.
Okay, good. Thank you.
असां ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट तंज़ीम जा शुक्रगुज़ार आहियूं जंहिं हिन मुसीबत जी घड़ीअ में असांखे टेंट हणी असांजे बच्चनि खे अजो करे ॾिनो.
The damage almost unimaginable.
It's one of the strongest earthquakes ever to hit Turkey and Syria.
Buildings crumble like sand.
The scale of the devastation is hard to fathom.
A lot of people are here are just trying to survive, trying to live, but we still need more help.
We are human beings. It's a very basic principle that you take care of the next person. This love to the mankind is in our soul.
Good afternoon again. My name is Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Mahmood Qureshi. I'm the Vice President for Disaster Relief for Humanity First USA, also the Director for Disaster Relief for Humanity First International. And it gives me great pleasure to have two of my most esteemed volunteers, Dr. Khalil Malik and Farhan Jalil Saab. So Dr. Khalil Malik, can you introduce yourself?
I am an emergency medicine and trauma physician by training for the last 25 years or so in the Chicagoland area, running emergency departments and trauma centers, and had the good opportunity to be in hospital and healthcare leadership as a chief medical officer, CEO in that capacity, and serving Humanity First as the director of medical disaster response.
And Farhan, why don't you introduce yourself?
Absolutely, thank you for having me. I'm director of Caribbean operations, so Puerto Rico and Dominican. But we recently had the opportunity to go to Turkey as well. So it was a great experience. I'd love to talk to you more about it.
So wonderful of you to join us today. And both of you have been pioneers in helping. I remember when you went to Puerto Rico for the first time, and that was our first effort when we had Hurricane Maria. Right, yeah. And then Dr. Khalil Malik, I really have to admire you because you were there within days when we had the disaster in Turkey after the earthquake. So briefly tell us why this earthquake was so different and what was your experience like?
Well, as you know, most of the sudden onset disasters occur with just a blink of an eye where life is just normal, and then within seconds you have such devastation. To put things in perspective, as you know, the earthquake in Turkey was greater than the size of the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. A scale of 7.8 in over 75 seconds shattered almost 70,000 buildings. 50,000 were dead. 2 million were displaced. So that required a tremendous need immediately that overwhelmed the nation's capacity to take care of its people. And we were fortunate to report immediately and help set up the initial response and continue a sustained effort.
Thank you. Farhan, when you went to Turkey recently, but you're not a physician, what motivates you and what type of work do you do when you go there? For example, when you went to Dominican Republic and even to Turkey?
It's more about project management, knowing what you need to do at the right time, right place. In disaster situations, you have to have the ability to think pretty quickly, and with limited amount of resources, and make decisions at a very fast pace, because there's a lot of moving parts that are moving at the same time. I think you have to be a good project manager to be able to add value to disaster relief work. Especially in Turkey, it was a very unique operation that we did. It was nothing like I've ever seen in my life, actually. And I've done plenty of disaster response. I'd say 7 or 8 by now. So, yeah.
Thank you, Farhan. Dr. Kaleem, you've such an amazing experience. You know, you went to the Caribbean islands during disaster relief. But what inspirational story, or what did you see that really moved you?
Well, each disaster, as you know, every victim that we see, the survivors are inspirational stories in themselves. Many of them have been destitute within, as I said, just a blink of an eye. Their life has changed. They've lost their parents, their children, they're orphaned. Brothers and sisters have been separated. Bodies have been crushed under the rubble. Each person comes in with their own unique stories, and the suffering is absolutely devastating to hear. So I can tell you there was one account of a woman who was brought in by her husband, carried over his shoulder because she had suffered massive crush injuries. And the small makeshift clinic that we set up, he brought her in, and she was covered with wounds that I had to take her in a private setting and work on relieving her wounds and redressing them. I spent a couple of hours just on her, and she felt such great relief afterwards because they were underdressed. Otherwise, there was no other hope to find medical assistance. And she still left on the shoulders of her husband, but these were the type of stories that never reached the likes of major media, but what we were able to see firsthand, and the kinds of suffering and pain that was inflicted on the people who were otherwise living just normal lives like you and I.
Absolutely. So Farhan, one thing that I've noticed with your work is that you do very well with children. And for me, you know, the way you connected in Dominican Republic and Turkey, tell me more, how does that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think my personal opinion on that is if you can entertain children during a disaster time, it takes a burden off kids. Oh, sorry, parents. My apologies. So the parents know that the kids are okay. They're doing their thing, and that gives parents a peace of mind, and they can go about figuring their lives out in a disaster situation, because it's a lot. So in the first couple of days, whenever I'm in a disaster zone, I try to help out kids as much as possible, give them candies, you know, chips, juice, and they all come together and they're all happy, and then we all play soccer, or we play badminton or something, and it's a lot of fun, and we get to make great memories.
Right, and then take away the stress and the trauma that the children have felt.
Exactly, during a disaster zone, disaster relief.
Right. So, Dr. Kaleem Malik, you know, your expertise is also that you're our director for WHO EMT liaison. Tell us more about that and where we go with this.
So the United Nations Emergency Medical Team Initiative was created back in 2010, shortly after, it was refined after the earthquake in Haiti and the response that the global international community came to deliver. And it was discovered that there really was no set competency and standardization to the delivery of care at the response in Haiti. So a very strategic initiative took place to train teams that would specifically be invited by the Ministry of Health of the host nation, and then they would be allowed in. And since that time, Humanity First has been a very trusted entity to work in collaboration with the United Nations under the WHO, and we have been responding upon their request and invitation to wherever these disasters have occurred over the last decade or so. So this is a very unique initiative that brings the competency, the standardization, the skill sets that are required for responding to the many needs of the disasters.
And I've worked with Dr. Klim in a couple of disaster zones, and his ability to work a disaster zone is just amazing. The way he puts everything together and very quickly. I don't know many people like him, so I look up to him, especially during disaster zones when how he's getting things done. Yeah.
So, Dr. Klim, I would have talked to you more about the training that you provide to physicians for preparing them for disaster relief. And I think we are setting up some future training programs, which we will share with the folks. So at this time, I'm going to go to Akbar Latif to give us an update on fundraising and where we stand with our collection so far.
All right. My name is Akbar. I'll be going through the donation page with you all today, and all of you can follow along at home at usa.humanityfirst.org. So far, our goal is $1.2 million, and it's really important that you all donate because all of this money goes straight to all of the important causes and all the important work that you've already seen here today. So right now, we have $125,000 in donations and $454,000 in pledges, which is absolutely great, but we still need more. So make sure to keep donating throughout the day. So if we look at the overall numbers, so we've had 677 different donations. The average donation amount is $164.33. And in total, we've raised $580K, which is almost half of our overall goal. Again, this is great work, but we really need more donations to get to our total goal. If we look at the breakdown by state, we see Virginia has over $67,000 in pledges and $12,655 in donations. Texas also has a total of about $50,000 committed. New York has $11,000 in donations and $12,000 in pledges. California is at almost $10,000 in donations and another $2,000 in pledges. And New Jersey is at $5,300 in donations and $1,200 in pledges. If we look at the whole map, we can also see that there are also significant donations coming in from California, Washington State, New York, Florida, and Missouri, Illinois, and Wisconsin. In Washington, we have almost $5,000 from there. California has over $12,000 committed. Missouri has over $5,000 committed. Again, these are all. It's incredibly important that you continue to donate throughout the day. We need this money to continue to do all of the good work that you've seen and will continue to see for the remainder of the telethon. And again, all of this information is available at usa.humanityfirst.org on the telethon page. You can all follow along and see all of this and much more. So we also have a number of corporate sponsorships and opportunities. So at the provider level, we have American Forklift Training Centers Incorporated, 7 Formations, Genius Zone. At the sustainer level, we have Lehigh Valley Oral Surgery and Implant Center. At the community builder level, we have Accelerated Rehab and Pain Management. And at benevolent partner, we have MicroAgility, Smart IS, the Zervi family, and DataWiz. And there's instructions for how you can donate and how you can become a corporate partner on this website here. And In addition, for anyone else following along at home, you can also follow throughout the day on our socials on Twitter at HFUSA and on Instagram at Humanity First USA. So we're going to be posting updates throughout the day, and you can see whatever is happening in the telethon on your social media. We'll be updating again later with the more updated donation amount, and we will be, okay.
Guatemala is the most populated metropolis in Central America. Millions of people going about their lives and representing the engine of a self-sustaining city in search of progress and development. But like any developing city, Guatemala is not exempt from major systemic problems: insecurity, lack of access to decent housing, education, and transportation, poverty, and above all, a dilapidated healthcare system. This decline in the health system is indisputable, but sadly goes unnoticed by the state and an endless list of governments that only neglect it. Humanity First USA established HF Healthcare, which began as a pilot project in Guatemala as a springboard to meet the healthcare needs of other places in the future, as is the case of the construction of a hospital in the Ivory Coast. In June 2016, investment was made on an area of land and construction of high-quality buildings followed, including that of the Nasser Hospital. In 2018, after 2 years of fundraising for its construction, final preparations for its inauguration began, and Nasser Hospital finally opened its doors, not only to the community and its surroundings, but also to people arriving from other Central American countries. Until now, it has provided medical care, social work, and financial aid to more than 48,000 patients.
Recuerdo que durante el año 2018, en sus inicios, pues únicamente iniciamos con nuestro servicio de emergencia, encamamiento y con 4 especialidades básicas. También formamos parte de grandes programas como el programa de trasplante renal, que personalmente me enorgullece mucho, en un programa que prácticamente en un país como el nuestro es escaso.
Doña María Florinda es una pacientita muy querida aquí por nosotros en el Hospital Nasir. Ella entró por un problema cardíaco, una descompensación hidroelectrolítica. Ha estado aquí con nosotros los últimos 2 días en encamamiento, en observación continua por el personal de enfermería, personal médico y personal médico especialista, ¿verdad? Actualmente doña María se siente un poco mejor, ella está mucho más compensada, seguimos tratándola por su descompensación hidroelectrolítica y pues agradecidos de que nos escogió, ¿verdad? Nos sentimos felices de que se siente un poco mejor.
But to keep healthcare services afloat, it is necessary to have financial support that guarantees care for patients with limited resources. Having broader financial support would allow Nasir Hospital not only to continue caring for patients and transforming lives, but also to expand its infrastructure. On November the 21st, 2022, the initiative for the second phase of this project for Guatemala and Central America was presented at a launch ceremony by HF Healthcare.
Next 5-year plan includes Sustainable Healthcare Initiative, which means tailored and advanced medical treatment. This will include CT scan, MRI, mammography, and level 4 lab. This high-tech diagnostic center will be coupled with a 100-seat auditorium for international medical conferences and other training sessions. Rural areas lack good and reasonable healthcare facilities due to the fact that many physicians, they cluster around more populated urban areas. HF Healthcare wishes to extend their health delivery system through mobile clinics through these underprivileged areas. A state-of-the-art diagnostic center and increase in inpatient capacity will help us increase our services to a wider population. Investing in data and research center through innovative applications will help in formulating our plans and programs and achieve our strategic goals in the long term. All these 5 segments or 5-pronged sustainable healthcare initiative fits into the futuristic business model of HF Healthcare, which is focused on providing affordable and quality health to all the underprivileged communities in the world. As we get ready to the biggest challenge of 21st century, that is healthcare.
By supporting this initiative and the self-sustaining humanitarian project of Nasir Hospital, you collaborate directly with the dreams and hopes of thousands of low-income patients who do not have access to a dignified public healthcare system in the region, but who place their trust and life in us.
Welcome back to the Humanity First 2023 Global Telethon. In this next segment, we're going to be covering 3 key elements. 1, our 20 for 20 challenge. 2, I'll be introducing you to the president of Humanity First Healthcare, Majid Khan. And then we'll be, in the latter part of the segment, speaking with a couple of our guests from Guatemala. What you just saw was an inspiring video of Nasser Hospital, the brainchild of HF Healthcare. Began several years ago and is now one of the foremost medical facilities in Central America. Initially conceived to provide support for women, especially pregnant women. Now it has expanded to an outstanding full-service facility. We'll be talking a bit more about that. Let me bring in the president of HF Healthcare, Majid Khan. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Qasim. Thank you for having me and for being here.
Yeah, well, you're doing all the hard work, and part of the goal today is to encourage people to be one of our 20,000 new donors as we launch into our 20th year of Humanity First. Now, the HF Healthcare Initiative is a fantastic initiative that focuses on providing healthcare access to people from low-income backgrounds by either subsidizing the cost of healthcare or making it free. Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Yes, but before I do that, I would like to, because some of our donors, they don't even understand what is HF Healthcare is and why is it called HF Healthcare and not Humanity First.
Right.
Basically, HF Healthcare was a baby born to Humanity First 5 years ago, and with the single mission to help them build and manage hospitals in the underprivileged communities. And since then, we have come a long way. I would say that in the last 5 years, we have been able to serve more than 48,000 patients and do more than 1,000 surgeries, including surgeries like kidney transplant, which is a very highly technical and difficult surgery. But more importantly, all this time we have been able to help more than 9,000 patients financially.
Yeah.
So that is the key, is that we are trying to provide in underprivileged community a quality and affordable health care, and then as a result, one
of the things about Nasser Hospital that I find really inspiring is that the location of Guatemala was chosen in significant part because Guatemala has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the Western Hemisphere.
Absolutely.
And the idea was if we can provide better preventative health care, better care when women are expecting, we can bring that number down. And I had the privilege of visiting Nasser Hospital just last year and seeing the first child born 4 years ago now walking around, walking, talking, and enjoying a full life. it really brings the impact home. This is not just a statistic, this is a human being.
Absolutely.
And so talk a little bit about the sustainability aspect of this.
So HF Healthcare business model is based on sustainability. And you know, sustainability has three segments. Yeah. The first is, of course, environmental sustainability, where we try to put green area and the natural lights and the carbon footprints to control that. That is the environmental. The second is the financial sustainability. And for an organization like Humanity First, it is so important that a project like Nasser Hospital can be on its own. And I'm very happy to tell the viewers that Nasser Hospital as of today has 97% sustainability. So that is something which, and our budget is close to actually Humanity First USA. So we have come a long way.
Yeah.
And the third segment of this is social sustainability. Now, what social sustainability is, that you want to involve the local community, and they should accept it. But our social sustainability has gone beyond acceptability. And you may have met one or two of them, that those who came as patients, now they've turned into volunteers for the hospital.
Yep.
So that is going beyond acceptability.
And the employees that are running the hospital are local citizens of Guatemala.
Absolutely.
And so it's building an economic model that's uplifting people, not just by providing health care, but by giving them gainful employment and sustainable jobs long-term as well. One of the really key elements of this that I want to focus on is the economic sustainability. And so if you're watching, make sure you click on the donation link and donate, because even something as simple as a $10 donation can go a long way in helping to subsidize costs. How is HF Healthcare able to subsidize these costs and provide either extraordinarily affordable or even free healthcare on some of these surgeries that would have cost $10, $15, $20, $100,000 in the United States?
Right. So how it works is that we have created a foundation account, and that is created for the patient care fund, like a patient care fund. So any funds received, they go into that account, and whenever somebody needs it, and I can tell you, they need it every day. Yeah. And not every day, tens and dozens of them, they need it every day. So sometimes it happens that we don't have enough funds. So that is something we don't want to do. We don't want to turn away anyone.
Yeah.
So that is where I would like to appeal to the donors that whatever it is, if they can donate directly to the patient care fund, that goes a long way in helping. But because we are working on sustainability, we try that we should have patient with choices coming to us. Yes. Because unless patient with choices are with you, you will not be able to achieve sustainability.
Of course.
And I'll just, to the viewers, I'll just give you a little story, that during COVID, I received a call from the director of the hospital that he wants that a COVID patient is coming. I said, so what's the big deal? He said, no. He has called us that he's chartering a plane from 300 kilometers away, and he chose Nasser Hospital. Now, when you are doing that, you're doing something right.
Yeah.
So that means that he chose Nasser Hospital over any other hospital. Yeah. And that makes us, that is the key to sustainability, because unless you offer quality health care, your facility will never be sustainable.
And that's the key point I really want to emphasize, that this is not substandard healthcare, it is world-class healthcare.
Absolutely.
These are board-certified physicians, certified nurses, people who have a passion for this, not just from an academic standpoint, but also from the compassion required to take care of people and ensure that we are elevating their humanity as well.
Yes.
Let's shift gears a little bit, because I know a lot of the folks viewing on television right now are in the United States, and they may be wondering, well, I'm here in the United States, how does this healthcare support me? Or if I need healthcare access here in the United States, what role can Nasser Hospital play for my healthcare? What's your comment?
So you see, HF Healthcare is based in USA. How can we forget about our fellow Americans? Sure. That is not possible. So what we are planning to do in our next 5 years is, one of the segments which we are trying to promote is to have a global healthcare access program. That means that we will be working with some volunteer physician offices through our satellite in USA, so they can recommend those patients who cannot afford it or who do not have insurance or they are underinsured. So we will take care of them. You know, the single largest reason for personal bankruptcy in the USA?
Medical bankruptcy.
Is the medical.
Yep, 550,000 Americans a year file for medical bankruptcy.
Exactly. So they need help. So we are trying to, we are setting up the whole system where we can take these our fellow Americans and take them to Guatemala or elsewhere. You know, we have other projects coming up in West Africa and others. So wherever the facility is there, we would like to help them and take them there and solve the issue, because quality, affordable healthcare is the key.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, we're speaking with Majid Khan, president of HF Healthcare. When we come back from a short break, we're going to have a few guests from Guatemala to share their experiences of this healthcare facility. And again, I remind you, if you can't contribute $1 or $10 or $1,000, whatever's in your capacity, click on the link, donate, become one of our 20,000 champions for HF20. We'll be right back after this short video. Don't go away.
How can we remove the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? Children and adults around the world are left behind on this journey to success. Education is, at most times, the farthest from the minds of people who are struggling to survive daily with a roof over their head and food on the table. Generations have gone without the introduction of schooling and do not comprehend what it may do for them to break the chains of poverty. Providing the youth and adults with skills and education so they can surface from the economic hardships is the goal of the Knowledge for Life program. Humanity First USA has been building and running schools and skill centers across South America, Africa, and Asia to help children and adults become empowered and succeed in the community they are living in. Communities have rallied behind these schools and are sending their children who walk miles to take advantage of what is provided by Humanity First USA. These facilities are run by amazing, hard-working teachers and staff who give these children the essential tools to succeed. Kids who graduate into the next level are recognized as Humanity First children by the first-class level of education they have received. Our skill centers provide adults with skills for them to get their jobs and open their own businesses. Humanity First USA helps these partner countries open skill centers in sewing, car mechanics, basic computer skills, driving, electricians. Many have opened their own businesses at home after graduating from our skill centers and have entered the path to success and sustainability.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Amnata Mega, je suis au centre de formation Humanity Mali. J'ai fait 3 ans de formation, après je vais devenir une styliste, créer mon propre atelier et prendre des ouvriers. Et j'invite tous mes sœurs à venir faire la couture.
In America, we have also taken on the educational divide in underserved and struggling communities. The Education Project is a free tutoring program under Humanity First USA that provides children who are struggling between K-12 to close the gap in their education and succeed towards higher education.
For the Education Project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
So many children have been impacted by economic and COVID-related educational hurdles that we are striving to assist. How can we do more and keep removing the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? We can do this by understanding that children are the future. Not just some children, but all the world's children. Humanity must rise to support the pathways for success and well-being of these children stuck in deep poverty and suffering. You can do this by supporting our future endeavors of building more school skill centers and help support all the children and adults currently in the Humanity First USA Knowledge for Life program.
Martin Luther King once said, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence."
Welcome back to the Humanity First 2023 Global Telethon. We are privileged to be joined by two of our esteemed guests from Guatemala, Shiba Velasco and Umar Mubarak. Majid, you've worked with them closely over the last several years on HF healthcare initiatives. Please share their vision with us, and we'd love to learn more from you directly about the work you've been doing and your experience with Humanity First in Guatemala.
So Shiba has been, but I want you to ask you.
Sure.
How did you hear about Humanity First a couple of years ago? I remember receiving a call from you just out of the blue.
Well, it's more than a couple of years. First of all, I'm very honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And there's so much to say about Guatemala, all of your help you've been doing in Guatemala, but I know I have very little time. I was traveling with one of my trips in Guatemala with the tourism, and because I'm the ambassador of tourism, and I met a group of students in the airport in Guatemala with a guy, and I asked the guy if they need any help because that's my work, and if everything is okay in Guatemala, did they like Guatemala? Long story to short story, they told me, yeah, we're fine, but what needs your help if you work with tourism, they are building a hospital in Guatemala, and they might need your help. So that's how I end up calling you. And of course, you didn't have no idea who I am. And I wanted to know because that's my work. They call me ambassador of tourism, but my work is to connect cultures in different countries, to connect people together. That's my work for more than 30 years. So I'm just happy and grateful that I call you because after talking to you and we've been connecting people together, I've been meeting people through you, and you've been meeting people through me. And Guatemala, it's very needed of this hospital. This hospital, I don't have the word to say to thank you and for your team and everybody for supporting Guatemala with this hospital. And so many countries needs your help, like Guatemala.
Yes. Thank you very much, Shiva, for those kind words. And I know we go a long way. You were there for the hospital inauguration as well. Yes. And you also met our head of the community there. And even after the inauguration, you have been visiting us regularly and helping us with whatever. Thank you very much for your help. And you know what, just before we came down here, she said that I want to make Guatemalan food for all the team.
Yeah, for everybody. I'll be more than happy, yes.
So
at least I can, what I can do.
Yes, that was, we will take your word for that. Okay, so Umar, thank you very much for coming over.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Umar works for U.S. government, and can you share your? I understand you keep on going to Guatemala for for your missions. Can you share with the viewers what how accidentally you came to Nasser Hospital?
Sure, yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for having me today in this setting. I'm a public civil servant, and I go to Guatemala for business trips. So I've been there like 2 or 3 times. And last December 2022, I came with some kind of medical situation. So I called my primary care doctor here in
USA.
In USA.
So you called from Guatemala?
Yes.
To your primary care doctor in USA?
I called him and I said, it was Saturday, so it was a weekend, and I said, I need I need to see a doctor, who do you recommend? And my primary care doctor said, okay, there is a Nasir hospital there. You may find someone over there. So I took an Uber and I went there. And at the door, as I was getting in, I met one of the management team there. And the guy was very professional, he spoke very good English, and he talked to me. I said, well, what brought you here? I said, oh, I came from Dr. So-and-so, and he recommended your hospital, and I want to see a doctor if possible. So he was a management team, so he said, okay. He took me inside to the doctor and explained to the doctor. The doctor speaks Spanish, speaks a little English, but it's good too. And he explained to him what my needs were, and he said, you are in good hands. And sure enough, he said, he was completely right. I was in good hands from that time on. The doctor did the checkups, Yeah, and he sent the lab technician. He came and they took some, samples, and they gave me my medication. So while I was waiting, and this is what impressed me more, while I was waiting in the patient area, I saw the Humanity First. And I didn't know it was an organization. I was just said, okay, wow, what's a good thing. You have a Humanity First here. You consider human first for medical care, which it should be everywhere.
Yes.
So I took a picture of it and I sent it to my primary care doctor here in DC. And I said, I'm impressed.
Oh,
so yeah.
Thank you.
So the hospital was so clean and the doctor was professional. The technicians, the nurse, everybody. I get my medicine there from the pharmacy, which is right there.
Yes.
So everything is just all in all one shop. So I took care of everything.
Yes. Yes. The stories like this, it is so emotional for me personally, because something which was just a dream once, now it's a reality, and a reality for those people like Umar Mubarak when they accidentally walk into that and they are,
and this is why I emphasize that, we can talk about statistics and data, but when it comes down to it, it's the individual stories that really share the impact, the human impact of this. And as we talk about the future of HF healthcare, what is the vision, Majid, for the next 5 years? Where do we want to be in 2028, or as we near the turn of the decade?
Right.
And what role can people watching today play and help us achieve that vision?
So, given the success of the first 4.5 years of the hospital, we started planning for the next 5 years. Now, those next 5 years will include, the plan is, it's a 5-pronged initiative. One of them we talked about earlier in the first segment. First one is putting up a high-level diagnostic center with CT scan and MRIs and level 4 labs. And the next is to have mobile health clinics, because we want to reach throughout Central America, making base as Nasser Hospital.
Yes.
And then when we started working there, we realized that there is no data and research data available for us to plan. So one of the things we want to do is have a data and research center. And of course, coupled with this, we need to increase the inpatient capacity.
Yes.
So this, how we are looking at from now to the next 4 or 5 years, it is $6 to $7 million project. And that means, but after that, it goes to a level A hospital, and then the impact of that hospital, which is already spilling over to the other neighboring countries, we feel that it can go and really impact the whole region. So that is what we are looking at. And coupled with that, we are making hospitals in West Africa. I'm just talking about one side, which is Central America.
Yep.
West Africa, and then planning a hospital in Indonesia, East Africa in Tanzania, Liberia. So the list goes on. And by the end of 2027, as we say, the next 5 years, we are hoping that we will be able to achieve everything.
And I think that sustainability you're talking about, it's important to notice that this is not tied to any race, religion, ethnicity, creed, nationality, political persuasion. The name Humanity First speaks for itself.
Absolutely.
And our goal is to provide this global initiative, this global healthcare access, particularly to people who have historically been denied that access. And this is why I encourage our viewers that whether you're able to donate $1 or $5 or $10,000, this is a nonprofit organization where our resources are exclusively focused on the people who are most vulnerable and most marginalized, not just in South America, but throughout Africa. In fact, we want this to be a global initiative. 5 years ago, when we had the groundbreaking ceremony, there was nothing there.
Absolutely.
And now we have a thriving hospital. There's no reason why we can't have 10 of these in the future.
Absolutely. And, there's something I would like to say to the donors, we always appeal to the donors to give, to sacrifice.
Yeah.
I take it a little differently. When you ask a donor, you are giving that donor the opportunity, not to sacrifice, but opportunity to do something for others, to touch lives, to invest.
Exactly.
So I usually appeal to the donors to find this opportunity, the opportunity is knocking at your doors.
Yes.
Don't let it go away.
I want to thank Majid. I want to thank our esteemed guests for being here today and sharing your story and bearing witness to the work Humanity First is doing. We'll be right back after this break with our next segment in the 2023 Humanity First Global Telethon.
The capital of Guatemala is the most populated metropolis in Central America. Millions of people going about their lives and representing the engine of a self-sustaining city in search of progress and development. But like any developing city, Guatemala is not exempt from major systemic problems: insecurity, lack of access to decent housing, education, and transportation, poverty, and above all, a dilapidated healthcare system. This decline in the health system is indisputable, but sadly goes unnoticed by the state and an endless list of governments that only neglect it. Humanity First USA established HF Healthcare, which began as a pilot project in Guatemala as a springboard to meet the healthcare needs of other places in the future, as is the case of the construction of a hospital in the Ivory Coast. In June 2016, investment was made on an area of land and construction of high-quality buildings followed, including that of the Nasser Hospital. In 2018, after 2 years of fundraising for its construction, final preparations for its inauguration began, and Nasser Hospital finally opened its doors, not only to the community and its surroundings, but also to people arriving from other Central American countries. Until now, it has provided medical care, social work, and financial aid to more than 48,000 patients.
Recuerdo que durante el año 2018, esos inicios, pues únicamente iniciamos con nuestro servicio de emergencia, encamamiento y con 4 especialidades básicas. También formamos parte de grandes programas como el programa de trasplante renal, que personalmente me enorgullece mucho, en un programa que prácticamente en un país como el nuestro es escaso.
Doña María Florinda es una pacientita muy querida aquí por nosotros en el Hospital Nasir. Ella entró por un problema cardíaco, una descompensación hidroelectrolítica. Ha estado aquí con nosotros los últimos 2 días en encamamiento, en observación continua por el personal de enfermería, personal médico y personal médico especialista, ¿verdad? Actualmente doña María se siente un poco mejor, ella está mucho más compensada, seguimos tratándola por su descompensación hidroelectrolítica y pues agradecidos de que nos escogió, ¿verdad? Nos sentimos felices de que se siente un poco mejor.
But to keep healthcare services afloat, it is necessary to have financial support that guarantees care for patients with limited resources. Having broader financial support would allow Nasir Hospital not only to continue caring for patients and transforming lives, but also to expand its infrastructure. On November the 21st, 2022, the initiative for the second phase of this project for Guatemala and Central America was presented at a launch ceremony by HF Healthcare.
Next 5-year plan includes Sustainable Healthcare Initiative, which means tailored and advanced medical treatment. This will include CT scan, MRI, mammography, and level 4 lab. This high-tech diagnostic center will be coupled with a 100-seat auditorium for international medical conferences and other training sessions. Rural areas lack good and reasonable healthcare facilities due to the fact that many physicians, they cluster around more populated urban areas. HF Healthcare wishes to extend their health delivery system through mobile clinics, through these underprivileged areas. A state-of-the-art diagnostic center and increase in inpatient capacity will help us increase our services to a wider population. Investing in data and research center through innovative applications will help in formulating our plans and programs and achieve our strategic goals in the long term. All these 5 segments or 5-pronged sustainable healthcare initiative fits into the futuristic business model of HF Healthcare, which is focused on providing affordable and quality health to all the underprivileged communities in the world. As we get ready to the biggest challenge of 21st century, that is healthcare.
By supporting this initiative and the self-sustaining humanitarian project of Nasir Hospital, you collaborate directly with the dreams and hopes of thousands of low-income patients who do not have access to a dignified public healthcare system in the region, but who place their trust and life in us.
Welcome to Humanity First Global Telethon 2023. In this segment, we'll talk about Doctors for Humanity program, which is one of the programs which works under the medical programs of Humanity First USA. My name is Dr. Naeem Lughmani. My day job is pulmonary critical care and sleep medicine physician. And in Humanity First, I work as a medical director where I supervise all the medical programs that Humanity First USA does. Before we talk about the vision and mission of Doctors for Humanity, I would like my team to introduce themselves. I have my co-host Kaleem Malik, Dr. Kaleem Malik. Go ahead and you can introduce yourself and then we'll go around the room.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naeem. I'm Dr. Kaleem Malik. I am a trauma emergency medicine physician practicing over the last 25 years in the Chicagoland area in the hospital healthcare leadership space as a chairman, chief medical officer, CEO, and have had the good fortune of serving Humanity First in different capacities.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaleem. And one additional thing I want to talk about him is that every time we have disaster hit, the first person we call is him. He is the he's the director of medical disaster response. Plus, also he can leave everything and ready to go as a first responder. And also, one thing you probably wouldn't mention yourself, that you are rewarded as a hero of
Red Cross.
Oh, Red Cross, yep. So in Chicago, so when he came back from Hurricane Dorian, they invited him and gave him the title of Hero of the Year. So thank you so much for all your help and effort with Humanity First.
Thank you.
So now next is Parvez. Parvez Khan has been with Humanity First for a long time. He went to medical school and then came back, and now he's back in our team. So Parvez Khan, can you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Dr. Lughmani. Parvez Khan, my day job is an IT architect. I'm a medical student as well, and then I'm a long-time volunteer for Humanity First. So I've been part of many disasters and the work we do internationally, so I've been part of that as well.
Yeah, we'll talk a little later about what he does in our in the Doctors for Humanity group. Next, Mazhar Mansoor. I like Mazhar Mansoor, who has been helping Humanity First for several years. He's part of my team and helps us organize the trips when we go down in disaster time. He's very good in IT and management. So Mazhar Mansoor, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Lughmani, for having me here. I am Mazhar Mansoor. In my day job, I work as an adjunct professor, management consultant, and AI strategist. My passion is to leverage strategy, technology, and people to improve performance of individuals and organizations. So I've been fortunate to be part of Humanity First for past, I think, almost 12 years now. Had the opportunity to coordinate efforts to respond to many disasters. And now with this new initiative, I am fortunate to be part of it and building it as a new initiative, new team with great members. Some of us are here, others are not. So I am grateful to be here.
Thank you so much. I think part of the vision of Doctors for Humanity also comes from Mazhar Mansoor's input. So now that we did the introduction, I'm going to just go over quickly the vision and overview about Doctors for Humanity. As we all know, Humanity First in USA was started in 2004. And we were on ground within a year after that because there was a major earthquake which hit in Pakistan. And there are 84,000+ people died. And we sent our medical teams right away in Kashmir in very difficult circumstances. And we were up and running. We had to raise funds. We have to support them. And that's where we had our hands dirty. And after that, we have been responding to several disasters, including Hurricane Dorian, Hurricane Maria, Haiti earthquake, where we sent teams for several months, doctors, medical teams. And recently, Turkey earthquake, which we'll talk about it in different session. So all of that has been going on in disaster times, and in peacetime, when there is no disaster, we have been sending teams, a gift of health teams, gift of site teams, surgical teams to different countries all around the world where there's a needy patients. However, we never had any community of doctors which can work together. So whenever a disaster hits, we were just calling around and trying to figure it out, get the doctors. Fortunately, through our community, we were able to get quite a few doctors that way. But we wanted to come up with one platform. And in that platform, we wanted to have all the doctors socialize with each other, talk about it, get trained. So that's where the concept of Doctors for Humanity came. We launched it this year. And some of the things in Doctors for Humanity, I will talk about what are our vision, what are the things we want to do over the next 1 year. So one of them was preparing doctors, medical professionals, and even logistics people who helps the doctors in medical disaster, helping them train. So Dr. Kaleem Malik will talk a little bit about that in a minute. And then we also organize medical missions where we have doctors who give us their schedule for the whole year, where we can send them to Guatemala, to Guyana, to Africa for medical and surgical mission, which also I'll ask Kaleem Malik to talk a little bit about that in a minute. Now, then we have very important piece of that is fundraising. So without fundraising, we won't be able to do what we do. So fortunately, a lot of our members are doctors, and they are well off, and they help us quite a bit with each team that we send. So that's another part which we have Parvez Khan. He'll help us with that, and we'll talk about that. Then there are individual services that we want to do. For example, we have an idea or concept that we want to implement this year is the free medical clinics. So what we're going to do is we will have the doctors sign up, and then the patients go on the website, and then they will match with the doctors, and doctors give maybe 1, 2, 3 appointments a year, which they will see Humanity First patients. And we'll sign up as many doctors as we want, and then we'll open it up to people who don't have insurance. So they would basically come in there, and then they will make their appointments automatically and go see those doctors without cost. And if there are procedures needed, surgery needed, they will do that. So that's one of the service. In addition, we also will send volunteers for our Nasir Hospital, other hospitals, HF Healthcare runs. We are organizing that as well. And also we do like flu shot drives. And finally, we want all these doctors to get together. So we also have a plan in a year to have a retreat, and which hopefully we'll do once a year, where all the doctors will come together, talk about philanthropic work, and hopefully this way, whenever we need them, they'll be all available, and we know who they are. So after talking about this vision and overview of what we are going to do, I'm going to go to Dr. Kaleem Malik. I'm just going to ask him to talk about talk about the Humanity First Disaster Response course. I know you've been running it for a while. What do you do in the course, and how that will benefit and how people can actually be part of it? How can they sign up?
Well, thank you. So the disaster response course was really an initiative of the United Nations Emergency Medical Teams program, where we learned lessons from Haiti. As you know, the response to earthquakes and disasters were not very consistent. They were not standardized. There were poor competencies across inconsistencies. So the United Nations had come up with the EMT initiative to standardize the care, standardize the competency. So now we would have to get the permission of the Ministry of Health of the affected nation to only be brought on by invitation of qualified teams. So in that initiative, Humanity First became a very trusted entity of the UN, of the WHO, and we work in collaboration whenever we are invited, and we are invited quite often, as you know, and we provide these services. Now,
yeah, I think we were one of the 5 teams who were invited in the Bahama earthquake, right?
Yeah.
So only 5 teams were invited.
Exactly.
Humanity First was one of them.
Absolutely. So now that we are recognized at a global stage, we want to really bring world-class talent, and we do have physicians from across the country who join us, but we all come with different skill sets. We have put together a 3-day boot camp, like we do with our ATLS courses, our ACLS courses, and we really do a very hardcore drill of real simulations of what the disasters are or what the medical missions call for, and what are our duties and responsibilities, how to be self-sufficient when we arrive on the scene. So we run these every year, and because of COVID, we couldn't for the last couple of years, but now we're back on track to run them again. Later this year, we'll be renewing that effort again, and we're very excited for a 3-day course where physicians, students, non-physicians, and folks from various backgrounds and various skill sets come, because it's not just physicians. Physicians play a very small role.
Yeah, I think that's a very key point here.
Yeah. So we need people from all different skill sets to come. And we really love the collaboration and the efficiency and the delivery of the care that's given to the affected region.
Yep. So anyone who likes to work with medical teams, you can contact us. I think we have an email, doctorsforhumanity@us.humanityfirst.org. That will be on the screen. Once you email us, you'll automatically get a response, and you can sign up for Doctors for Humanity group, and then we will share with you all the events and everything we are doing, so you can be part of that. So thank you so much. And I'll get back to Gift of Health later. So maybe I'll ask Parvez Khan Sahib. Yes. I know that you are helping us with a very, very, very important fundraising for Nasir Hospital, where in Nasir Hospital, where patients come in, they need immediate surgeries, they need treatment, and they don't have any money. And you have helped us raise some funds. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, Rumani Saab. So Doctors for Humanity as a group, we are given this responsibility to raise $100,000 this year to help the needy patients. That's called the Care Fund. So in the Care Fund, we will collect the money, and that money will directly go to the Guatemala hospital, where the patient come, needy patients, and we help them with those funds. So look into the figures. This year, so far actually, the 9,000 patients, the needy patients, were served from that funds. Although we don't have allocated funds in the past, but now we have. We have this $100,000. So I request all the team members from this Doctors for Humanity to come forward and be part of that Care Fund. Donate the funds so we can reach our target. So there are multiple ways to collect the funds. You can create a group of your friends who can contribute, and then we can have maybe a fundraisers locally, wherever we have a bigger membership, we can organize fundraisers. And there are a smaller level, you can have any local activity where you can raise the funds. So this fund actually plays a huge role. I just want to give you, there are many stories actually. One story recently, there's a teenager guy whose kidneys, renal failure, kidneys were failed, and he did not have funds to get the treatment. So we helped them to replace his kidneys. There was a donor available, and that surgery happened, procedure happened within the Guatemala hospital, and this patient is now completely healthy.
Amazing.
And there are actually 4 such surgeries happened this year only in Guatemala hospital. So look into the impact of this care fund, how immediate impact is on the people. So I will request the donors as well, when you are donating, think about donating to this cause, where we call it a care fund, Doctors for Humanity.
These are patients that would never otherwise have any access to health care.
Well, it's wonderful. I've been to Guatemala so many times, and I see the misery of those patients. The first time we went, I think Mazhar went with me, and we were there for feasibility study. We had no project there. And we were in this hospital looking at the hospital to see if we can do some work there. And suddenly a pickup truck came in, and the door opened, and this person was in there, a teenager who has not a leg broken, but it's twisted like that, and he's crying. And they told us that he is a Mayan, has no money. So we quickly took him in the inside that hospital. Hospital was very minimal. They didn't even have pain medicines. So we had Dr. Agha Shahid Khan.
And there was no doctor or nurse there.
Yeah. True. So they stabilized, we stabilized him. We wanted to cut his pant. And he said, no, please, started crying. He said, don't cut the pant. This is the only trousers that he have. I mean, such a poverty there. So there's a huge amount of need there. We really need your help in trying to help this care fund that Parvez Khan has asked about. We have done very well in the past. We have last year we have raised funds. We tried to reach 100,000 on that from us. We don't have to pay ourselves. We can send it to all our families, friends, colleagues, hospital. Anyway, we can raise those so we can help those.
I just want to add that the success story of Guatemala Hospital comes from the donors' help. You know, me and you, we were all part of that, collecting funds from different cities of U.S. And now we see a success story that it's a self-sustaining hospital.
When we built the hospital.
Yes, we built the hospital, and now it's a self-sustaining hospital. And now we are going above and beyond that. We want to help the needy people. We want to give more facilities to our patients. Yep.
So next I'm going to go to Mazhar Mansoor. Mazhar Mansoor has always helped us in the administrative side of it. He is great in managing. He's great in organizing the teams, getting them together. He's very good in the IT side of it. So, and he is helping a lot in administering this new program, Doctors for Humanity. So Mazhar, can you tell us how you like to introduce this Doctors for Humanity group to the doctors, reaching out to them, and what would you tell them that what would they get from us so that they can come join us and continue to work with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this initiative, Doctors for Humanity, is a great opportunity to have an impact for all the volunteers. And the way people can have impact and help people in need, in disaster or distress situations, there are many ways. Number one, the most important thing is be part of the missions and projects that we do. Disaster hits all the time, and even during peacetime, there is a much need everywhere, and we have peacetime missions and disaster response missions. So be part of those missions. Another way you can help is share your knowledge. Go there, get the experience, and serve the people with your experience and expertise, and come back and tell us what we can do better, and share the stories. Because much of the impact depends on being able to raise funds, being able to engage more people, because it is a cause that we need to share with people, that our mission is to put humanity first. Help people regardless of their situation, or regardless of their ethnicity or nationality. If there is a need, we go there and help. And another way to do that, be part of these training programs that Dr. Malik talked about. Though I have the fortunate opportunity to attend 3 of those courses. I went to Canada once, went to England, and we held one event right here in Northern Virginia. They are wonderful. I learned so much from them.
I think just to piggyback off that, if we have some time to talk about exactly what you're saying, the Gift of Health programs.
Yep. So go ahead. You know, you have gone to Gift of Health for so many times.
I think our donors really need to understand this amazing concept of American physicians, American medical students, nursing students, volunteers who are teamed up, and we go to Guatemala fairly regularly, about 4 to 5 missions a year. We are bringing healthcare to the rural areas, areas that otherwise have no access to care. We talk about this challenge in the United States, in the most developed country in the world, where there are barriers, socioeconomic determinants to healthcare. Now imagine going into an area like Guatemala and other developing nations that have no access to healthcare. So when we mobilize our teams and we go on the road and we coordinate with the local municipalities, the local mayors, the local elected officials to give us some facility, a town hall, a school, where we open up clinics and we set up these clinics for a week at a time. Patients will line up at the crack of dawn from 5 a.m. knowing that there's a team from the United States is coming. This will be their first opportunity to ever see a physician. Many of those people have said to me, these patients, that you are the first doctor I have ever seen in my life. Some will say it's been 20 years that I have seen a doctor. So imagine the donors to really feel how their donation is making an impact, where we are taking the care and providing the access right to the patients.
So that's where I'm going to say that all of the viewers, please help us come join our team. The doctors who are listening, please come and join us. You will not regret it. Will help us raise funds, help us raise volunteers. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for listening.
And only with Humanity First, young people like me and my fellow colleagues at the Education Project were able to create an innovative platform that can really better serve underserved communities and uplift them educationally in a way that you can't do in other organizations. And that's such a blessing that we have at Humanity First.
Humanity First has given me so many fond memories and powerful experiences in serving with the organization. When we started the Humanity First student organization at the University of Texas at Austin, this was a particularly transformative experience because of the fact that we got to see just how compelling and how powerful the message of Humanity First and its mission was for folks who had never even heard of the organization until that time. And what stood out to these folks and for us as officers and serving members was the fact that we were not just a local organization serving some local needs. We were in fact part of a larger international community and even more a family that was working to serve humanity together. And this was something that distinguished us, and this is something I feel that distinguishes Humanity First as a whole anywhere around the world.
Education project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
And my favorite memory with HFSO was our 2019 Gift of Health Guatemala trip. We served underprivileged areas and worked in hospitals directly with doctors, and I think it has prepared me for my future in the healthcare.
Hello, my name is Bashir, and I'm the HFSO president at Foothill High School. One of my favorite HFSO memories is advertising our club every year at our school's club fair. It's always really exciting to see new members and new students interested in joining this amazing team. Over the summer, we wanted to make sure that we were still helping Humanity First efforts even though we were in quarantine. So we created a fundraising page for HF's We Care campaign for COVID-19 relief, and all of our members created social media posts and actively encouraged their friends and families to donate, and we were able to raise over $1,000. To get our entire school involved with our projects, we created a women's shelter clothing drive. We set up a donation bin in our school's main office, and a lot of students donated items, and we all got together and packed up those items and delivered them to a women's shelter. We managed to collect over 200 items.
And my favorite memory during my time at HFSO UCF was be able to participate in the Gift of Health program and travel to Guatemala, being able to learn about a new culture, learn about a different culture and help those in need, while also being able to travel with my best friend and just be able to learn about valuable experiences in life and being able to transfer all that into my professional degree.
First at OSU. My favorite part of HF is our annual basketball tournament fundraiser.
And my favorite memory of HF was our Bob Ross fundraiser.
Our mission is to focus on disaster relief
and local food deserts.
Hi, my name is Sam Rosenberg, and I'm president of HF at UMD. Some of my favorite memories
working with my HFSO here have been being able to get to know those who I'm working with. It's truly a beautiful thing to be able to get to meet new people, but what's even better is being able to bring them all together to help out others for great causes.
Hi, my name is Emma Willow. I am the president of HFSO at the University of Pikeville. And one of my favorite things about our chapter is that we've still had the opportunity to go to the soup kitchen and make hot meals for people in our community, even through COVID. So at the beginning of the semester, a lot of our clubs at the university weren't able to go out and actually directly help some of the people in the community. So for us, we've been able to get back to the soup kitchen, which is one of our most popular events that we had, and we are able to make those meals, and we usually make about 160 meals each Saturday for people in the community, and I know it means a lot to them. So thank you guys so much for this great opportunity and organization that we have. Thank you.
I joined Humanity First because I really liked what their mission statement stood for, and I wanted an opportunity to give back to the community in Philadelphia.
I wanted to join HFSO because I wanted to be a part of the community outreach and join and help the community around and do service activities with them and get to know our community a little better.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I am a part of UCF HFSO. One of my favorite experiences with HFSO has been the summit we went to this past summer. It genuinely was so eye-opening, and we got to see Washington, D.C. We had fun. I got to meet so many new people, and also just the take-home that I brought with me about HFSO in general, about what the club stands for, our morals, values. It's just the passion that I could relate to all the other presidents and all of the other board members of HFSO, and I could bring that back to UCF.
Hi, my name is Ramin Khan, and I'm the president of Humanity First Student Organization Temple University Chapter. Last spring, I asked the student division how our club can help the Gift of Sight program. Immediately, I was put into contact with the director of Gift of Sight, Dr. Asan Khan, and he expressed a need for used eyeglasses. So we set up donation boxes in eye clinics in Philadelphia, and we've already collected over 150 eyeglasses that will be provided to underserved communities in Guatemala, Guyana, and more. Also, an additional 7 schools have started collecting eyeglasses. Starting an HFSO at your school is super easy and a great way to develop a passion for serving humanity. So if you're interested in starting one, please visit humanityfirststudents.org/get-involved to get started.
Good afternoon. My name is Safir Bhatti, and I'm here featuring the Kids for Humanity segment today. And we have 4 guest stars at our show today who came from long distances. I'm going to have them introduce them to you. Arusha, can you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anisa Arusha Bhatti. I'm 9 years old. I'm from Miami, Fuller Jamaat.
Wow, all the way from Miami. What brings you here?
I'm always interested in Humanity First.
Okay, wow, thank you so much for joining us. And Sajila, can you introduce yourself too?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sajila Ahmad. I'm 12 years old and from South Virginia, Jamaat.
Wow, very, very nice. Thank you so much for joining us. Faris, can you introduce yourself?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Faris Ahmad Iqbal. I'm 9 years old and I'm from North Virginia, Jamaat.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. And Ahmed Zaviyar Butt, can you introduce yourself?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ahmed Zaviyar Butt. I am from Northern Virginia Jamaat and I'm 11 years old.
Great. You know, I've heard so much about Kids for Humanity in the news and internationally and all over the world. I don't exactly know who they are. Arusha, can you tell us who are the Kids for Humanity?
A group of kids between the ages of 6 to 15 who help and serve our community, our country, and humanity.
Wow, so they serve the community and the country and all the humanity. What exactly do they do, Sajila?
We teach the importance, application, and execution of all humanitarian work in our communities and in our world.
Wow, that's really good and that's really remarkable. Where are these Kids for Humanity located, Faris?
We will be located in every chapter of Humanity First, serving in the needs of our community, advocating for change, and giving back to the world. We will have our own youth coordinator who will lead us in fun projects for us to do.
Wow, fun projects. What type of fun projects do we do? Zaviyar?
Here at Kids for Humanity, we give food bags to the needy, prepare school bags for the students, make local parks look beautiful, help in national campaigns such as this year's telethon, and assist in international missions such as the Water for Life program, the Gift of Sight program, and the Gift of Knowledge program.
Wow, so we do Knowledge for Life, where we help the schools in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Liberia, which have received high accolades. We help with Gift for Sight, which we give free cataract eye surgeries, right? And for Water for Life, where we give and install water pumps for thousands of people. That's excellent, very good. Now, I have also heard that kids can actually get involved in Humanity First, and you have all shared that experience. Can you share some of those experiences to us? Arusha, what do you do in Humanity First?
I love to do Humanity First because I love to be helpful. Here's some things I've done for Humanity First. I volunteered to do Humanity First and won an award. And in August, I gave out school bags to the other children to get ready for school. And I also gave out food to the needy people every single Sunday.
Wow, so what do you put in these food bags you give out?
Spaghetti, tuna fish, mac and cheese, cookies, and rice.
Wow, and what do the people say when you give it to them?
They say thank you, and they always smile with their faces.
Wow, that's a really beautiful sentiment. What about you, Sajila? What do you do for Humanity First?
Ever since I was little, I always watched the telethons, and I would do call-ins or make a video for them to show. And I also helped my mom with Water for Life reports that they sent to people after the wells that they paid for are made in Africa and other countries. And I also help my mom with the food pantry, and I help Humanity First student division make social media graphics for their Instagram.
Wow, so you do a lot of marketing and advertising, and you do that. And so you've been to so many telethons. What have you noticed over the years?
I noticed that there's a lot of people who do good things in the world and volunteer, and it makes me really excited and happy because there's so many people who like to help others.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. What about you, Faris? What do you do for Humanity First?
So I have donated my allowance, and I have given away my nice clothes, and my dad has also been to natural disaster zones, which I'm very proud of.
Where did your dad go? You said natural disaster.
He has gone to both Florida and New York for hurricane relief.
Wow, that's excellent. And I've also heard your uncle has traveled as well. Where did he go?
He has went to Poland, and
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, Poland's good. Right? He helped out the disaster relief there too. Excellent. And Xavier, what do you do for Humanity First?
Our family has done a couple of Water for Life projects in Pakistan and Africa. So we have this WhatsApp family group with people from different countries. Whenever anybody gets an idea of doing some sort of humanitarian work, we post the idea, and then we all donate some money. And eventually it adds up to a decent amount of money. We also donate on a monthly basis, me and my family.
Wow, that's excellent. And these water pumps, around $2,000, you can give water to 5,000 people. That's great. That's a really awesome endeavor you guys do. I've also seen that you guys all brought something for us to share, like a show and tell. Arusha, what did you bring for us?
I bought two things. This is my little brother's dinosaur. I named him Dino. He's a Triceratops. I bought him for two reasons. Number one, because he represents Humanity First, because he's blue and white, as you can see. Don't look at the orange, just the blue and white. And number two, why did I bought him? Because he could save the environment, save the earth, and make other children smile. Imagine what that dinosaur would do that.
Wow, that's good. So this dino makes everyone smile and it saves the earth. That's great. That's very nice. And we should all follow Dino's philosophy, right? In serving humankind, right?
And he loves to be in Humanity First.
He loves to be Humanity First. Good. I have to ask Madam Imstab if we can make him an honorary member. But that's great. Thank you so much for sharing that.
I also have one more thing. This is like a Guatemala pouch where you put stuff in here, and my dad bought it from Africa and Guatemala, and he told me a story of one boy and one girl going to the Nasser hospital but walking because they hurt their knee and their ankle. So they walked for 20 minutes to the Nasser hospital, and the doctor, she fixed the knee and the ankle, and they took them to the emergency room, and she did it very quickly, and then they gave them a sticker and a lollipop.
Wow, a sticker and a lollipop? So Humanity First doctor did that, right? I think Nasser Hospital gives more than 48,000 patients each year free medical treatment, so that's great. And I think the woman and man was part of that too as well, right? That's really awesome. What about you, Sajila? What do you have to share with us today?
I brought this photo of food bags in a car that we are going to deliver to people in the food pantry at my mosque.
Okay, so what do you put in these food bags? How do you decide?
So we buy food to put in these food bags, and we put in things like cereal, apples, potatoes, and bread.
Wow, and how many bags do you provide for how many people?
We give each family 2 to 3 bags, and we give like 20 families.
Wow, that's excellent. That's excellent. What an awesome endeavor for food security, one of our initiatives. What about you, Faris? What do you have to show to us today?
So I have brought this traditional Guatemala shirt given out during the Nasser Hospital. So Humanity First was able to build a hospital, and Hazul was there to inaugurate it. My dad also volunteered for the inaugurating, and he was given this shirt as a souvenir.
Wow, that's awesome.
What does it say in the back?
It says on the back, serving mankind. What does it say on the seal? The seal, it says Humanity First Nasser Hospital, Guatemala 2018.
Wow, that's incredible. That's very nice. Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Faris. And Xavier, what did you have to bring for us today?
This is a Newton's cradle. It is a scientific instrument that demonstrates the conservation and transfer of momentum and energy. When you release the first ball, the last ball has almost the same velocity as the first ball. This is because the compression waves travel throughout the propagates throughout the intermediate balls. It reminds me of Humanity First because there are people out there who aren't as blessed as us and don't have that many and don't have good education systems. But here we are in America with really good education systems, and they're all public, no need to pay. Which is why I really like Humanity First. Humanity First is a platform where we can donate lots of money through like the Gift of Knowledge programs and many other programs to give education to students just like you and me. So wait, are you basically saying that these 3 middle balls are Humanity First? One's donating and the other one's receiving? Yeah, you could say that, but it's also related to physics and science. Okay.
Okay, wow, that's really cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, if we want to actually get involved in Humanity First, Sajilo, what do we have to do?
You can contact your local youth coordinator to get involved in Kids for Humanity.
Okay, excellent. And Xavier, how do we actually donate? What is the process to do so?
Donate $10 to become a Kids for Humanity member. Donate $20 to celebrate 20 years of Humanity First. Or donate $500 to educate a kid just like you and me for 1 whole year.
What?
Donate today at humanityfirst.org.
Okay, so we're
fundraise.humanityfirst.org.
Okay, great. So you go to fundraise.humanityfirst.org, and if you give $500, that helps and cover all the children for the whole year?
Yeah.
That's incredible. And if you're a kid, you just want to donate, you can just become a Humanity First member.
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. And I think that this is a truly a priceless gift that you can do to help all of these children out. And you can see here from today that all of these children are actually working Humanity First in various different projects and initiatives, and they're showing their passion and their leadership, and you can do too as well. Yeah, it's a very nice thing. Xavier, you want to add something?
Oh yeah. I'd just like to say a couplet from Promised Messiah ﷺ about work that we do at Humanity First. My purpose, my desire, and my initiative is to serve humanity.
Okay, well, that's excellent. Thank you so much for seeing us today. And do you guys have anything else to share?
No thanks.
Anything else to share about your initiatives in Humanity First? What else do you guys do? Is it really easy to go and do like this? We just have to type it on our phones and type in fundraise.humanityfirst.org and you can donate to this thing?
Yep, it's very simple.
Very simple.
You just anyone can do it.
You just go to this link and you just choose the amount that you would like to donate.
Okay, great. So, again,
I have something to say. In my house, I have like a Humanity First jar, and I always put in coins in there. And my dad always says, if you have so many coins, you could donate to the people who live in Africa or something.
So you can get a Humanity First jar and actually donate money all the time in that as well?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's excellent. Okay. And where can you get this jar from?
You can get it like for Humanity First, like for Humanity First stores or anything, or somebody can just give you as a gift.
Oh, okay, that's great. I think I was part of that Humanity First We Care campaign program, right?
Mm-hmm.
That happened. Okay, that's pretty awesome. Okay, you guys all talked about the school bags and the different initiatives, right? Lucy, you mentioned that. What was that about? Can you describe that in a bit?
It was about like people kept coming because they wanted school bags, and inside they had like school supplies in it.
Oh wow! So these kids got free school supplies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's
and
great.
they get to choose what color they wanted.
Wow, that's really awesome. Really awesome, right? And I think that these initiatives are very important for all of you to all join us as well. Okay. All right, thank you so much for joining us at our Kids for Humanity segment. Please go to fundraise.humanityfirst.org and help a child, help these children, are the future of Humanity First. And if you can donate a little bit, we can truly make a difference in the world. Thank you so much.
How can we remove the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? Children and adults around the world are left behind on this journey to success. Education is, at most times, the farthest from the minds of people who are struggling to survive daily with a roof over their head and food on the table. Generations have gone without the introduction of schooling and do not comprehend what it may do for them to break the chains of poverty. Providing the youth and adults with skills and education so they can surface from the economic hardships is the goal of the Knowledge for Life program. Humanity First USA has been building and running schools and skill centers across South America, Africa, and Asia to help children and adults become empowered and succeed in the community they are living in. Communities have rallied behind these schools and are sending their children who walk miles to take advantage of what is provided by Humanity First USA. These facilities are run by amazing, hard-working teachers and staff who give these children the essential tools to succeed. Kids who graduate into the next level are recognized as Humanity First children by the first-class level of education they have received. Our skill centers provide adults with skills for them to get their jobs and open their own businesses. Humanity First USA helps these partner countries open skill centers in sewing, car mechanics, basic computer skills, driving, electricians. Many have opened their own businesses at home after graduating from our skill centers and have entered the path to success and sustainability.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Amnada Meya. Je suis au centre de formation Mantifis Mali. J'ai fait 3 ans de formation. Après, je vais devenir une styliste, créer mon propre atelier et prendre des ouvriers. Et j'invite tous mes sœurs à venir faire la couture parce que c'est le travail qui libère l'homme.
In America, we have also taken on the educational divide in underserved and struggling communities. The Education Project is a free tutoring program under Humanity First USA that provides children who are struggling between K-12 to close the gap in their education and succeed towards higher education.
the education project, I was paired with a 5-year-old girl, Zoe, who's going into kindergarten this year. By far the most rewarding thing I've done all summer is work with her on how to read and watch her progress and learn how to read on her own for the first time.
So many children have been impacted by economic and COVID-related educational hurdles that we are striving to assist. How can we do more and keep removing the obstacles on the path to knowledge for life? We can do this by understanding that children are the future. Not just some children, but all the world's children. Humanity must rise to support the pathways for success and well-being of these children stuck in deep poverty and suffering. You can do this by supporting our future endeavors of building more school skill centers and help support all the children and adults currently in the Humanity First USA Knowledge for Life program.
Martin Luther King once said, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence."
Am I in the frame?
Wait, my earpiece just said out of range.
Don't worry, just.
I'm gonna need some. Today, towards our goal of 1.2 million, but we're not quite there yet. So we need you all to keep donating, and we should get the. We're hoping to get there before we're done here today.
So we got 1 hour left, Akbar. We're at 8:06 to get, and we want to get to how much?
1.2 million.
1.2 million. So that's like a lot of money still left to collect. But the good news is we have a lot of people out there who are giving, who are engaged. You know, if we look at the by state information real quick, you know, there's still some leaderboards on the state. If you go on the states, you know, the big states naturally have more people, but we have members from all over giving. We have Virginia, Texas. Isn't that international, by the way? Aren't they? Are they still the U.S.? But we also have California. We have lots of other states, and then we have teams, right? So what do the team results look like?
So the team results are looking pretty good. So we have Northern Virginia up top at $27,000. Central Jersey, Los Angeles, Houston, lots of...
So how these teams work is a group of individuals get together in these areas, and they collectively are raising up to $30,000. And you look at there's Binghamton, there's Milwaukee, there's Willingboro, small areas, large areas that are coming together, and then there's the individuals who are fundraising as well, correct?
Yes.
These are the individual fundraisers who are leading the way. Elena, we know Elena.
Yeah, we do.
Isa Bajwa, he looks like he's pretty young and he's still raising a lot of money. So I think the story here is there's a lot of ways you can give, you can get, and encourage your friends to give. And we have individuals doing that. We have teams doing that. We have people outreaching to their friends to fundraise. 20,000 individual donors is our goal. We're working our way towards that. Our finance director, Nudrat Salek, is really picking on her. I know she's your Momani, so you better hit your number. And how do we get there? How many more do we need? How many more donors do we need in less than an hour?
So right now we are at 715 total transactions. I believe
that means 715 individuals have donated.
Yes.
Great.
And so to get to our goal, we need a lot more just individual donations. And,
okay. So I want to why do you think individuals are holding out. I mean, even if they give $1, even if they encourage their friends, you can text your friends and say, go to usa.humanityfirst and give anything. But we would like to have more individuals to know about Humanity First. We'd like them to give financially, ideally volunteer. They can go out. We know a lot of people in this room right now, if you look around, that have gone on multiple missions to help humanity around the world. Let's talk about your Mamu Walid. I mean, he's gone to Mali, he's gone all over Africa and building schools, so we know this works. How can we look at the individual donors and see who is giving, and if maybe we can, that will encourage other individuals to give as well on the left side. So who's out there giving?
So the latest donations we have coming in.
We know Mahmoud Hanif. He's great.
Yeah.
In New Jersey, right?
Fantastic.
Despite being in New Jersey.
Let's see. We have
some Texas. We have coming out. We have a couple of Californians coming out. Thaira Amar's coming in. Amjad Ali. We have Saeed Ahmed, Saib Zada. That sounds like someone who's related to your family, right?
Could be. Yeah.
We'll take it. Munir Nazir. So we have Victoria Harley. We have folks from all over giving. You know, one of the things you just heard, a lot of the kids. You know, people digging into their quote-unquote pocket money, you know, they've saved up. But when they attach to a cause, Dr. Fahim Yunus said earlier, you know, this is like a chicken soup for the soul, if you will. Once you give, it makes you feel better. It helps your serotonin. It helps all these things. So we'd like to encourage families, all the individuals in the families to give. And that can drive these numbers as well, because we want to get individuals giving, and we want to reach our goal, because all this money is going to do an incredible amount of good.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why it's so important for every member of the family to donate. Even if you're just donating on behalf of your children will appreciate it. If you have to, if you can donate for yourself, then you will feel better. And yeah, like we said earlier, it just feels good to be able.
And who are these individuals over here, the latest pledges? So yes. you can give today or you can pledge today? Is that the game here?
Yeah, so you can either donate directly or you can pledge a certain amount that you can fulfill in the near future. So.
Yeah, do you know Qasim Rashid? You know, he talks about all these Twitter followers he has. Yeah. We will get Qasim to do a tweet for anyone who pledges $1,000 in the next 10 minutes. How's that?
Oh,
shout out. What else can we give here? You know, we can have them take a tour of the new One factory in Michigan. What else can we do here to get individuals to be engaged?
Well, I think it's, like we said, it's sort of its own reward in a sense. You know? So it's like it's rewarding in its own sense. But I don't think a tweet would hurt either.
Yeah, so, well, I agree. I mean, if he would tweet me once, you know, we used to be really good friends. Now I think we still are. So maybe he'll tweet me. He'll tweet you. He'll give thanks. One way of publicly tweeting as well. What about the youth? What about the under 10-year-olds that we saw? How can we encourage them to engage? They may not have devices, they may not have access, they need a little bit of parents' help as well.
Yeah.
Do we encourage the kids to go to their parents without crossing any lines, but saying, talk to your parents, encourage them to join us in this effort?
Yeah, absolutely. Kids, go to your parents, ask them to give money to Humanity First. A lot.
That's a great message. With that, I think we're reaching a point where we're in the final hour of the telethon. We've got lots of great donors. You know, $800,000 raised isn't a small amount. It involves a lot of work. The team here, there's over 20 people. You know, Akbar gets to be the star of the show, but there's a lot of people behind this camera, like Ghalib, like Umar, all these guys, Bilal, all these guys are behind the scenes here working towards encouraging and making sure that you get to see what Humanity First does. Now we need your help in closing this gap, and we're hoping you will join us in that effort of going forward. With that, here's what we want you to do. We're going to show a few more videos. If you need more inspiration, we're going to show you a few more videos after this. And then we're going to come back in the closing session where we'll have the real heavy hitters, if you will, come on stage and help us. But please, pray for us, pray for the entire team that's here that's attempting to make sure that you understand and answer all your questions before you give, but now it's time to give. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And now we'll transition to some great videos at this point.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Maya Sonori. I am 16 years old, and we're here at the Willingboro Mosque where we conduct our monthly Humanity First food pantry. 2 days before the pantry, we receive pellets of canned food from the Food Bank of South Jersey, where we store them in our storage building. The day of, our volunteers go to the food bank to receive dairy products and fresh vegetables that are also stored in the storage room. Starting from 10 a.m., our volunteers arrive to help package the goods. Our goods contain 2 different bags that include fresh goods and dry goods that can feed up to 4 members of a family. These bags include bread, cheese, fresh meat, lentils, milk, and kids' meals. Beginning from 11 a.m., we start our distribution process where we ask the community member how many members are in their family. And depending on that, without contact, we bring the goods and put them in their car.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Manovar Saqib from Willingboro Humanity First Food Pantry, who have been serving since 2010. Usually it's less than 100 families that come to our pantry every month, but when pandemic started last year, the demand went up a lot. So last year we actually got to serve 234,000 pounds of food to roughly 3,500 families.
Actually, no, forget it. No, you're
Okay. Hi, my name's Allison. I'm one of the part-time employees at the Food Bank of South Jersey. I'm part of the summer meals program. So basically what we do is throughout the summer we deliver boxes and milk to different locations to give out for families for their kids. So each box that we give out has 5 meals, 5 breakfasts and 5 lunches. So they're frozen and they just have to be taken apart and microwave some of it, and some of it is already ready to go. And then we give out milk. So today I'm at the mosque here and I'm working with Humanity First. This is my first time at this location, so we kind of work together they give out the stuff that they have, and then I give out the children's stuff that we bring.
So this year we have been doing 2 pantries a month, serving up to 100 families each time. Volunteers, we get many Khuddam, Ansar, Lajna, Nasrat, Atfal, they're all involved. Because of pandemic, we had modified our distribution procedure. Previously, people used to come into the masjid and select whatever they needed. But nowadays, because of the social distancing requirements, we don't let the drivers come out of the car and we just load the stuff in the trunk. We plan to continue as long as needed, inshallah.
Welcome back to the 2023 Humanity First Live Global Telethon. This is the food security session of the program. So I'll start. Food insecurity is hunger. A more official definition from the U.S. Department of Agriculture describes limited or uncertain access to adequate food. People experience hunger on a daily basis here in the U.S. My name is Elena Ladone, and I'm really glad to be speaking with Tahir Sufi, the director of the Humanity First Food Security Program. Tahir, welcome. Can you start by telling us a little more about food insecurity in this country?
Sure. Thank you for the introduction, and I appreciate and I'm really excited to be on this program. Food security in the U.S. affects 34 million people in the U.S., and that includes 9 million children. And it's a large number. Food security is just basic access to having food and general nutrition. So many people give up this option, and they're faced with other realities in life. So this is a real problem, and Humanity First is taking steps to assist and help our neighbors and citizens of U.S.
That's fantastic. I'd love to start with the U.S. How does Humanity First USA address food insecurity here at home?
Yes, so we have various programs across USA from each corners of the USA and even in the middle. So I can start with the Bronx. Bronx has started up with a food pantry program where they've have food items available for those that are in food insecure. And then we go down to Miami, we go all the way down to Florida, and they're doing the same thing, and they're serving it, giving bags of food to the citizens as well over there. And then we go to Virginia, right by Capitol, National Capital, and Manassas. They're doing such a great program where they can have pallet food of products, and then we pick products from there and we put it into a bag and we give it to the people. And Willingboro has been the longest serving, probably close to 15 years. They have such a great relationship with the county, the city, and the state, and they're officially recognized. In fact, the county always asks them, and that can you help us distribute the food? So over there, we use a larger property. We have pallet full of products over there, and then same thing. We pick the products from there. We put it into the people's cars, and they go. Then you go down to Philadelphia, where there's a hot food service. They prepare the food fresh out of the kitchen, and then they go and deliver it to the people. And it's an amazing program. You hopefully um, you'll see pictures. They're delivering it on bicycles, and they're going to people's homes and delivering it. You go down to Zion, where we do the same thing as the Willingboro, where we have pallet full of products. And same thing, we just pick the products out of there and we put them into the people's cars. Fort Worth does the same thing. It's an amazing program over there. They're recognized there as well. Zion is recognized as well. Then Boston. Boston does a great job where they prepare or they purchase hot meals and they give it to the shelters. So they do a little bit different, but they help the elderly and the needy at shelters. And they bring in pizzas and other healthy foods. Also, there's other food options. Um, there's a lot of great programs, and how we can help, or what I'm requesting people to do, is look at your area and see what you can do. Work with the city. They love this thing. Work with the county. The counties will help. Many of these local programs that are nonprofit organization are looking for avenues. They're looking for a location. They're looking for volunteers. And if you can spend some time to help find a place, start to advertise, start to recruit, you will get a lot of help. You will see people come. For example, in Zion, we really depended on the membership of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, but we started to reach out to other nonprofit organizations, the Red Cross, the Northern Illinois Food Bank, and then they would help us advertise. Suddenly, about four other nonprofit organizations came, and now they're the majority, and so they're helping out. So now we've got a group, a coalition of nonprofit organizations with the volunteers coming out, and now we are able to serve our those in need very quickly, very efficiently, very. It's just done in an efficient way. Yes. So this, I can go on. Now I do want to talk about Atlanta and Atlanta, Duluth, north of Atlanta, is a food pantry that we've has a standalone. It was a vision of our holiness that we should have a standalone, a separate location that can help the needy. And so Atlanta has its first ever standalone location in the U.S. It's a beautiful location, and the inauguration is going to be on May 6th. And sorry, I forgot.
And we're going to hear more from the leaders of the Duluth Food Pantry and Manassas in just a moment. So thank you for helping us see what those programs are like, and we'll hear more soon. Anything else
Okay.
about our work in the U.S. that we should hear from you about?
Yeah, so one is that there's several ways. One is that we can help out at the food shelters, prepare meals. So that's one way. The other way is to have a place, a location, a large place, and work with our food pantries and offer that facility. Um, the third thing is hot meals. If we can have some cooks in the kitchen and help cook, prepare meals, and deliver it out, that's another way. Um, so there are many different ways to help out. And then some people will go and buy products. They'll buy a bag of rice, buy a bag of flours or bread or eggs or milk and prepare that, put it together and send it off. So there are many different ways, and I would love to talk to anyone that's interested, and we can figure out the best avenue to serve the needy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'd love to hear a little bit more about what other avenues we're exploring to address food insecurity, either at home in the US or internationally.
So recently, an option has come where we've noticed that disasters can happen anywhere, natural disasters. So part of the disaster relief program is feeding those that have been affected by natural disaster. And we haven't really done that. And now we're looking into it and we are going to address that, hopefully. What I mean by that is that this will be a mobile truck unit, that will be a mobile food pantry. Um, we're looking into this, and what what this will do is that it will station at one location for now when there's no disaster, and it'll serve the needy there. We'll have pots and pans and food preparation in the van, and then also there'll be a mobile unit. So that's the whole vision of the food truck. It's really a hot meal service campaign or truck. And then it's a mobile unit as well. And then, if God forbid a natural disaster does occur in the US, then this mobile truck will be able to go to there and help serve the food and do the food serving from there. We already do a great job in Humanity First and disaster relief. We go out there for medical assistance and for repairs and for demolitions and things like that. But we haven't done anything on the food service side, and we're going to address that. So this is a vision, and this is something that we want to implement this year.
That's fantastic. Really exciting to follow that expansion. Going into the future. You also mentioned that Humanity First has some history of supporting agricultural programs, particularly abroad, particularly following disaster to help rehabilitate land that was lost and farmers' livelihoods. Are we exploring some new options there as well?
Yes, so this is a new concept or recent concept. It's agribusiness. And what that is um, utilizing the farmlands around the world, especially the countries that we are assigned with in Africa. And we're going to try something in the US. It's almost like a community farm where you see an area in agriculture, and you kind of, each neighbor has its own little plot of land and they build their own garden. Well, we're thinking of the same thing, but on a larger scale. And that will do two things. One is that we can um, sell the products and help fund the food pantries. The other thing is help provide the necessary food for the food pantry. So vegetables as an option or fruits as an option, and we'll harvest those and then make those as an option for food pantry. And then and so that it becomes a supply chain um, concept where we're going to grow it from the ground, we're going to harvest it, and then we're going to pick it, and then we're going to ship it to either US or other areas of Africa, and then give it to the needy. So that's the concept that we're looking at. We're looking at something in US, and then we're looking at Africa too.
So if anyone has expertise or insight,
Yes.
should they come talk to you?
Yes, please do. It's another new concept, and we have a goal of 2025 just to have this up and running. So we have less than 2 years.
Fantastic. Wow. Well, I want to thank you for your leadership and for speaking with us today. I know you've expressed a lot of gratitude for everyone involved in the food security program. Any last thoughts about what we're trying to do and how people can support?
Yes, there's humanityfirst.org US location, and I would request that we give to food security and help donate through there. And you're seeing the benefits. You will see the benefits. You'll see the videos. You'll see the videos of our discussion with food pantry leads out of Virginia and Atlanta. There are many great accolades that we're getting, commendations that we're getting. Recently, I had a meeting with the mayor of a city, and I brought this concept to having a food pantry, a standalone, separate unit in the city. And we were walking actually, and he stopped in his path and he looked at me. He said, "What a very nice gesture. I definitely will help you in this." And then he shook my hand. So even the cities recognize this, and they do not know how to address it. But they need resources, they need help, and we're there to help. So this was a great. I was just honored that he stopped in his path, shook my hand, and he said that we need this. We need more of this, and he was very appreciative, and he was going to work with us on a location. So this is, if anyone just approaches the city or the county leads and say that we want to help with this, you will see the doors open and the angels will come, and you will see us being able to serve the needy. So that's what my last words are, is that don't be afraid. Ask, talk to us, talk to local leaders and government leaders, and everybody wants to help out.
Thank you very much, Tahir, for talking about our food security program here in the US and globally. Back to the 2023 telethon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Everyone, welcome to the 2023 Global Telethon. Humanity First USA is here talking about our food security program. And I would like to welcome two amazing Humanity First women leaders. Shayla Ahmad is Humanity First Ambassador for Northern Virginia and lead for the Manassas Food Pantry operation. Farah Qureshi is the Atlanta Operations Ambassador and Director of the Humanity First Duluth Food Pantry. Welcome, ladies. How are you?
We're very good. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, Tahir Sufi just shared a little bit about food insecurity in the U.S. And Shayla, could you tell us more about who is coming to the food pantry? What challenges are they facing?
Yeah, sure, Alana. In our area, we are still hearing from people that they are still, there are some of them who are still not able to work, or they reach out to us for seeking help to supplement the needs of their families. Some of them have disabilities, some of them are single parents, some have big families, so they need multiple bags to supplement the needs of their families for the upcoming 2 weeks.
It sounds like a very wide range of people need support during tough times. What is the Humanity First service operation like? Shayla, can you start?
Yeah, sure. We have bi-monthly on-site food distributions, plus we also offer a home delivery service. So we have an online form set up. So every time there is a distribution, people sign up who need help for that distribution. And we started this food pantry during the COVID time, but ever since we are still continuing because there is still need in our area. And we try to keep our online form open, even if there is no distribution, so that if there is anyone who needs help in between, we can, always welcome and entertain special requests.
Got it. And Farah, how does the Duluth Food Pantry serve the needs in the Atlanta area?
So the Duluth Food Pantry is HFUSA's first standalone pantry in Duluth, Georgia, that opened on February 5th, 2023. We are open every Sunday from 12 to 5 p.m. Our distribution model is appointment-based, and clients are able to sign up for appointments online. Currently, we serve 100 families per month with the goal to scale up to 250 families monthly by the end of the year. We have upward of about 400 registered clients, and despite the continual need, we are facing budgetary limitations to meet the demand in the community.
Wow. So that's a lot of families supported across these two sites. These efforts must require consistent dedication from volunteers. Shayla, would you tell us a little bit more about how you involve women, families, youth in the community to support the pantry?
Ever since the start of our food pantry operations, Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association from Masroor Mosque have been supporting the food pantry operations by providing the volunteers. The volunteers help pack up the food bags, they do the on-site distributions, they help with doing the home deliveries. Plus, we also have another dedicated team who manage stocking up our food pantries. They make sure that during the week they have very flexible schedule so they can during the week stock up the food pantry so that at the end of the weekend when we have the food distribution we have everything available. Plus, as I mentioned earlier, that sometimes people make special requests. So if we receive a special request, anyone was not able to come on the designated day, they need delivery or they want to pick up, our volunteers are always willing to go an extra mile. So we arrange special pickup times or we arrange special deliveries for the food to be delivered at the doorstep.
Wow, that's amazing service. And Farah, I mean, you've also assembled a team of volunteers and strategic partnerships. How has Humanity First worked with local government or other nonprofit partners to make our work more effective or to make sure that the community knows about available food?
So the Atlanta nonprofit community is very active and includes great partners. At present, we have started the process to become partners with Atlanta Community Food Bank. And once we're partners, we'll have access to their many programs that help people make people aware of our pantry. It will allow us to purchase food from them for under market value. They will provide us training and education that allows us to operate far more efficiently. At present, we're also partnering with a local LDS church for food free of charge, and they grow and source foods of all kinds locally. With partners like this, we can expand our food offerings. We've also established a relationship with Gwinnett County's Gwinnett Serves and Gwinnett Cares divisions. Gwinnett Serves allows us to post our volunteer sign up on the county's website, and Gwinnett Cares provides us with vital information regarding other agencies within the country.
Wow. So what are ways then, the operation is already very robust, but what are ways in which you're thinking that the operations could expand in each of your areas? Farah?
So our operations could expand if we can secure further funding via partnerships with other nonprofit agencies, grants, and donations. With these funds, we can provide a better valued food box and serve more families. And then we can also consider purchasing a refrigerator or a freezer to distribute fresh produce and frozen items such as chicken and turkey and meat and beef.
That's fantastic. That would really expand the offerings that you have available. Shayla, what about in Virginia?
We are trying to never become lazy or satisfied with our past accomplishments. So our goal is always to elevate the standard of care provided by Humanity First Food Pantry through better service and by helping as many people as we can, and also to remove their anxieties with love and compassion selflessly, and considering it as our duty as humans. So now when the government-sponsored programs which were available during the COVID pandemic have ended, we are working to secure new partnerships so we can strengthen our operations and looking for ways to better serve the people and our clients.
So Shayla, what does this mean? What have you seen this mean to families who supplement their meals with food from the pantry?
Yeah, people may not always be telling us stories, but one thing is for sure that we have so many messages. Every time there's a food distribution, people just say, thank you, God bless you. But sometimes people do share their personal stories as well, which is very touching. Like a woman recently said, I will quote that it's been very hard as a single mom with a special need child, but we have been blessed that you have provided. Anything helps. Similarly, there was another woman who reached out. She lost her job. She wanted to, pick up during the in between the gap of the two distributions. So she reached out, she made a special request, and you said you're always welcome whenever you need it. You can always reach out and we'll make sure that we arrange for you.
Those are really amazing stories. So my last question then is you've heard during this telethon that Humanity First is seeking 20,000 champions of humanity to support humanitarian efforts, including food security. Farah, what would the support of 20,000 people mean to this work?
Wow, 20,000 people. Now, if 20,000 people supported HFUSA in our food pantries, they would be able to exponentially educate those around them that 34 million people, including 9 million children in America, are food insecure. Armed with that knowledge, funding and volunteer dedication can give families the support that they need.
Shayla, Farah, and everyone who has contributed to beating the hunger in America, thank you so much. We'll head back to the studio in just a moment.
How can we not feel the pain of poverty and suffering? A heavy burden is carried worldwide by people to find necessities like food, water, and shelter. Every year, millions continue to experience food insecurity and lack of access to clean water and medical care. These individuals are barely able to survive, with limited opportunities to receive quality education or acquire livelihood skills. Humanity First seeks to equip communities worldwide with education, food security, safe, clean drinking water, health care for all, and immediate disaster response to address these pressing needs. Our goal is to empower communities through essential resources and opportunities for success and education so that they can achieve self-sufficiency. As we mark the start of our 20th year, we celebrate 2 decades of impact, and we set our sights on what we hope to accomplish by our 20th anniversary. We are pleased to announce the launch of our new membership campaign, 20K for 20. Our goal is to unite our existing and new supporters and create a community of 20,000 champions of humanity to support life-changing work around the world. Education is a cornerstone of sustainable solutions. It can lift individuals out of poverty and provide them with the tools they need to succeed in life. At Humanity First USA, we have been working to establish schools and vocational centers worldwide to promote education. One of our most significant successes in the United States is the Education Project, which offers virtual tutoring to underprivileged K through 12 students. This initiative has been particularly impactful during the COVID-19 pandemic. Hunger is real in America, and Humanity First USA has taken action to address it. What began as small food pantries have evolved into large food drives across 11 cities. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the food distribution lines grew hauntingly long, and the crisis appeared to be never-ending. In response, Humanity First USA expanded aid to countless people in need. Recently, we opened the first-ever standalone food pantry on the outskirts of Atlanta in Duluth, which has become a launching pad for our efforts to combat hunger in America. We are ready to beat the hunger in every way and provide food security to communities. Clean drinking water is a human right, but water can be a source of great danger. Over 2 billion people live in water-stressed countries, and more are at risk due to climate change, population growth, and disease in heavily contaminated waters. To address this basic human need for clean drinking water, our Water for Life program constructs hand pumps and digs boreholes that have the potential to save lives and build communities. Inaugurated in 2018, Nasir Hospital in Guatemala stands out as one of our most significant milestones. This hospital was built to provide vital medical care to underserved communities. Due to the increasing demand for its services, the hospital has outgrown its current capacity, and a new extension is planned. The state-of-art care provided for the people of Guatemala has made waves in the community and the country at large. Humanity First USA has been at the forefront of disaster relief efforts both in the United States and with the Global Humanity First initiative. Our teams quickly assessed the situation and mobilized to help with the needs on the ground. We have a long history of providing disaster relief in the United States, dating back to Hurricane Katrina's devastation in New Orleans in 2005. Since then, Humanity First volunteers have aided in relief efforts for Hurricane Sandy, Ike, Dorian, and most recently, Ida. Our recent global aid and support has extended to Ukraine and Pakistan, and we are offering continued assistance in Turkey and Syria since the devastating earthquake hit in February of this year. As we enter our 20th year of serving humanity, we are pleased to announce the launch of our new membership campaign, 20K for 20. This campaign is an opportunity for our existing and new supporters to unite and create a community of 20,000 champions of humanity. Our esteemed donors, who pledge annually to expand our ability to impact communities, will become champions of humanity through this campaign. By becoming a member, you will be supporting life-changing work around the world, such as constructing schools, combating hunger, installing water hand pumps, offering health care, and providing relief to those affected by disasters. We hope you will join us in this important work and become a part of our rich history of helping humanity through our initiatives. Join us in celebrating the launch into our 20th year. Support the Humanity First USA 20K for 20 campaign. By donating $20 today, you can become a champion for humanity. Be a part of this momentous year by contributing towards our goal of reaching 20,000 supporters in 2024. Visit our website, usa.humanityfirst.org, and become a member today, and see our progress to become 20K strong throughout this 20th year of service.
And welcome back to the main studio. As we reach the end of the telethon, we have good news which we'll be sharing, but we hope you're inspired by all the stories you've heard, whether it's about Water for Life, whether it's about education, whether it's about disaster relief. You've been hearing a lot of great stories and how the money is used. Now we're in the studio with Mujib Ejaz, who is also the founder and CEO of Our Next Energy. Lots of good energy in the room. Can you tell us a little bit on how you got engaged in Humanity First, and where was the origins of that?
You know, I think the volunteer service opportunity to my own children was probably how I learned about the organization to begin with. They started doing student volunteering medical missions to Guatemala. Really? And I remember in that effort thinking about their service and being inspired about what they were doing, that I wanted to get more involved in the leadership of the organization and trying to understand how to bring about a higher level of capital. I could see the professional excellence of the volunteers. Then I saw a capital constrained problem. It was not the volunteers and it wasn't the professional skill. It was more raising more capital. And so then I decided to get involved in that aspect of the organization.
So let's talk about
raising
that.
Capital.
You know, we talk about time, talent, and treasure. You're running a significant size company. You know, you've taken 26 trips in the last month, flights, I might. Yeah. Needless to say, we're all busy, but you're really busy. So how does a company like yours engage with Humanity First? You have a lot of employees. How does a CEO appeal to their team, their vendors, their others?
Well, first of all, it's important to understand that there are lots of organizations that employees would like to see a company get engaged with. So it's first of all opening up a platform by which a company says, we're here to also serve and do good work, and employees across many facets of what they work on personally can bring forward companies that the organization can learn about. And then the best and most effective way is matching donation. Because what matching donation reflects is that if an employee cares enough to put their money behind an organization's service and their good work, that the company matching that can also be a meaningful way to multiply the effort. And so what we do is, in Our Next Energy is, we open up the opportunity for employees to bring forward companies that are doing good work, and then we can evaluate the ability to match. And as we start matching programs, then employees can make others aware of those good works. For example, in the Ukrainian crisis, we matched an employee's volunteer organization in helping support Ukrainians. In the case of Humanity First work in Turkey and Syria, we appealed, and there were many employees
You
that came
physically
forward.
went there too, right?
That's right. That trip was actually very eye-opening. It led us to firsthand understand the impact that the work was having. And while it started out as a medical mission, then it evolved into food security. The food security ended up being the biggest impact of what Humanity First did in the region, with more than 1 million meals served in a very short 3-month period.
That's amazing. 1.4 million meals served. So let's talk about the talent part of just one as one example. In terms of, energy storage, all these things. There's a lot of need for that. Have you been thinking about, and as others think about their companies giving, how are you thinking about leveraging your company's core intellectual property towards giving and doing good in the world?
Well, certainly there is a very large intersection between service to humankind or to mankind and bringing about access to energy. Access to energy is the great equalizer. It is the ability to access your professional development of a population, also education. And so access to energy and the mission that Our Next Energy is on are very aligned. As I learned about the development of sub-Saharan Africa and bringing energy security to that region, I've talked to many people that volunteer to build water wells, to work on energy security, even to do solar-powered villages. That is a Humanity First initiative that has been going on for many years. As we started learning about that, my company has also picked up an R&D effort in learning more about how products can affect that part of the region.
Wow, so your company's benefited from the doing good part.
That's right, you bet.
Let's transition to the team here. I know you're involved in the management of Humanity First under Munam Saab's leadership. How is the team doing? You've run other companies, you worked at big companies, small companies. How is the team doing? How efficient are we? Are we deploying as well as we could be?
Yeah, I think first of all, the volunteer organization has demonstrated enormous strength in taking small efforts and turning them into large impact. And large impact meaning that if Humanity First gets involved, it doesn't stop until it has large impact. It keeps going until it finds that nerve center of the project to where it can grow, amplify fundraising, amplify volunteer efforts, and then actually have large and lasting impact. And in that context, what we're now working on is how to amplify and grow the donation levels, and going from private donors to corporate donors and then to public money. Public money, organizations that are designed.
Public money?
Public money is organizations, for example, USAID is an organization that, or USAID is an organization that is channeling federally supported dollars for good work efforts that are in many, many countries that Humanity First serves. And in that context, we're looking to partner the efforts of Humanity First, where it goes from being private donors to corporate donors to then eventually larger efforts with federally supported dollars.
So the 1.2 million we raised today will be leveraged 10x, 20x to make a great impact and leveraging other dollars as well. So if I give $1 today, that may be leveraged by a lot more money to make bigger impact?
Yeah, the projects that we engage in have to have larger impact for you to garner the support of initiatives that USAID gets involved in. And for example, doing a medical camp qualifies as good work. Building a hospital that services the population with access to low cost, if not no cost, healthcare is something that USAID would definitely get involved in. And so what we did is we demonstrated in a 5-year period, building a hospital, turning it into a neutral and now slight positive cost, sustainable cost model. And now we can approach organizations like USAID to amplify and build a second phase of that hospital. So that's an example of using private money, building an effort, and then going after public money that can sort of grow the effort.
That's great. So thank you for your leadership in Humanity First. Thank you for your leadership in the world of renewable energy, and thank you for all that you're doing for Humanity First, Mujib Ijaz.
Great to be with you.
We're going to continue to work with you. And switching over to Munam, back to as the three tiers that Mujib talked about. At the lowest tiers, we have ambassadors who are raising small dollars as well. USAID is tier number 3, but can you tell us a little bit about that lower tier? So, I don't want to say lower, the different tier.
I know, but I think that is our backbone.
It's our backbone.
Yeah,
the foundation.
Yes, right. And believe me, I was very, very worried because we had a telethon 6 months ago, if you remember that, right? And this was coming too fast because of the dates, and I was really worried. But I just want to take this moment to extend my thanks to the ambassadors. So what the ambassador structure is that we have ambassadors in almost 60 chapters across the United States. Those ambassadors their sole purpose is to share the updates of Humanity First, do the fundraising, and wherever we have programs like Food Pantry and other programs, those ambassadors do that. So they are true ambassadors of Humanity First. So right now there are many, many ambassadors out there working today to get more pledges, and we'll get updates so shortly. So that is our backbone, that's our baseline. We start out, so I want to say thank you to all of the ambassadors that are out there working today.
They're across the country?
Across the country. Tahir and Zara Kamar both are the kind of in charge of that particular function of Humanity First. They work day and night, just working with those ambassadors and raise this money. Then we have other avenues that you talked about, and we have the business we talked about but this ambassador is going to literally raise half of the money that we are going to talk about today.
Wow. Well, with that, we're going to transition to back to the dashboard to kind of learn a little bit more about the fundraising that's going on, get a live update on how much we've raised, and then we'll come back to the studio to get a little bit more closing thoughts. Over to you, Akbar.
So just a quick update with the donation tracker. We are so close to meeting our goal. Our goal, again, is $1.2 million, and we are 97% of the way there. We are just $40,000 short of meeting our goal. And if you have not yet donated, we implore you to please donate. If you have already and you can do some more, we would love that as well. We are so close to meeting our goal, and on average we have over 700 people have donated, and on average about $200 each, and we're so close, and if everybody watching can continue to keep donating, then we will be able to reach it before the telethon ends. We just have a few more minutes and just a few more dollars just to get that last 3%. And just we ask that you all think about all of the causes that you've heard about today, and all the stories, and just find a little bit more that you can give. And now, so we'll go back to the main studio for our last few sessions.
Thank you to all of you. It's incredible how each and every one of you have been engaged in helping us reach 1.16 million. We're almost there. We need to get to 2 million. And coming back to the studio, we're very fortunate to have Imam Zafrullah Hanjra Sahib with us today as well, who is stationed in the location we're going live from here today in Chantilly, Virginia, who's been all over the world, stationed in Sierra Leone, amongst other places. So, Imam Hanjra Sahib, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. It is a great opportunity for us that in Mubarak Mosque you have this telethon is going on, and we are appreciating and welcoming you.
How many places have you been stationed throughout your life?
In America or in Pakistan from 91, I was transferred to Sierra Leone.
I see.
And there, 91 to 97, I was in Bo, Freetown. I walked many places all over the country. And I know that one. And then 1999, I came to
Yes.
America. And first station was Dayton, Ohio. There I lived 4 years, Dayton, Detroit, Columbus. Then from there, I was transferred to Houston, and I spent 10 years there.
You were with Munab
Yes,
Saab
yes,
there.
Munab Saab, and then from there, I was transferred to LA, 3 years.
I'm sorry.
And
bad joke.
then from 1917 to 22, Chicago.
Okay.
And now this from 6 months I am here.
I heard this is your favorite location, though.
No, my favorite location is everywhere, wherever I go, I make myself the favorite. Yeah. Even people ask me how you feel comparing to Sierra Leone and America. I said Sierra Leone was also nice. When I'm here, I feel that was sacrifice. But when I was there, I was like a king.
That's
always there people they respect and how. Then if you can ask me what is the compare to America and Sierra Leone is, Sierra Leone, you have the people, you can spend hours, but comparing the food like America, that was not available there. Air bottle water is there. There we used to drink from river. We used to eat food 2-3 days.
So you saw the needs. You saw the needs in Sierra Leone as well, that the Humanity First is helping meet.
Allah Almighty said in the Holy Quran, Kuntum khaira ummatin ukhrijat linnas. That if you claim that you are the best, khaira ummatin, best people, then you have to prove yourself ukhrijat linnas, that you have been created for benefit of the mankind. Otherwise, you cannot claim that you are the best. This is the Allah Almighty has mentioned in Quran Kareem, Kuntum khaira ummatin, you are the best people. Ukhrijat linnas, but purpose of your life is not for Ahmadis, for your friends, for your relatives, but prove yourself that you are beneficial for the mankind.
That's great context. That's really helpful. And by the way, you just sharing that, we've just hit 1.2 million, so we've reached our financial goal as well. I just want to transition to you. There's Khairul Lakum, being the best. I think you saw a lot of those individuals in the room today.
Yes. I think first I want to talk about that you saw many programs today. We had a lot of our program folks came up, and you had an opportunity to see who those people are and what the teams are. What we didn't see today, the people who were working in the background.
Yes.
I want to just highlight some of those people. We have our marketing team sitting in the back there. We have the fund development team sitting there. We have our finance
That's
team.
Ismat, that's Nudrat, that's Elena.
I was not taking the name, but
okay.
I will cheat. Because I know that I'll forget some.
Yeah.
So from marketing, Ismat is there, fund development, Elena and Tahir Kamar, Zara Kamar. You didn't see them on the studio there. Finance team, Nudrat and her team was there. Admin team is here, right? Maz and Bashir Malik and Jawad and IT team, which is working in the background. You saw the human development. Waleed, we didn't get him in the studio today, right? Because he always is part of that.
Incredible.
But he's not working in the background, so he's there. DR team was here. HF Healthcare.
DR
team.
means disaster relief.
Disaster, yes, not doctor, right?
Yes.
So the healthcare team, a volunteer management team, Hamid Malik and the office that supports admin work for us there. MTA team is working in the background. It's a huge team.
Ghalib Khan, Umar Farouk.
The whole team has been working for long hours there. So I just like to recognize. And then the local volunteers, are there. Bashir Malik Saab. So I think I just wanted to, just recognize those people. And I, as I said earlier, when we were starting this telethon, I was very nervous that I thought we were not going to be able to meet this goal. Rabbi Saab, I think 1.2 million is a huge
Allah
target.
Almighty say, "Man yamal miskala zarratin khairin yara." Any little thing, whatever you do, you will see that result.
Right.
We cannot do a lot, but at least if everyone is involved in doing little, Allah say He will be rewarded also that one.
Absolutely.
So we hope and pray for all those who are working in the front of that for Humanity First, and those who are at the back, Allah may give them the reward, and that is the excellent job which they are doing, and they are proving themselves that they are khair ummah, they are best.
Yeah, this is a really excellent recap of why we do this and the prayers, and you're providing us great context in terms of why we're here as well.
Absolutely. I think with that, I just like to leverage that. You just mentioned that we are at 1.21. I don't know what the number. Yeah, 1.21 million.
1.21.
Part of that is are the pledges, and part of that is already a donation. So my urge is that those of you who made the pledges, make sure that those pledges get materialized. You know,
Sure.
that is that. And I think, you know, and you're our supporter as well. So spread the word. I think we talked about, you know, where we need to go from here in the next anniversary that we're coming up with, the 10th anniversary. So I think
we still need 20,000 donors.
You know, yesterday I was surprised, and I appreciate.
Yes.
You know, our member Mumtaz Malik, they sent me the text message that Murabbi Sahab, you have to also
Really?
participate in this one.
Wow.
I said, yes, that is the, after Friday I said, whatever little I have, take it, but you did good job. At least you reminded me. If everyone is reminding everybody, that is the great achievement.
That's a great point.
Will achieve it.
Thank you.
That is the, yesterday it happened to me. And I gave him that, Mumtaz Sahab, take it, this one.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's
I think,
great.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think, I know that we need to close soon, but what I like to do today, I think before we ask Imam Sahab for his prayers, leading us in silent prayers, right? I'd really like to get our team behind us. You know,
That's great.
You know, because I know that there are people who are working in each chapter. They cannot come. There are people who have left, but whoever is here, I think. Well,
Let's invite everyone over.
Let's invite
even
everyone in
Ghalib
the
Khan.
background.
Even Ghalib Khan.
Even Ghalib Khan Sahab. We really like to Maz. Everybody should come in the back. We will do the dua. Only one person or two on the camera, but I think everybody else.
Everyone
can
else,
come
come on
behind
up.
us.
Come on, join us. Come join us.
This is our informal session.
Come on up, Majid Sahab. Come on up.
We'll be talking free. Tahir Kamar is here. Mumtaz is the local ambassador. You know, Hamid Malik is coming. The team that is MTA team that has helped us tremendously. Jawad Sahab, why don't you come? Where is Waleed Khan Sahab?
There we go. There's
Laman is
Waleed.
one of our volunteers. Come in. Ghalib Sahab, please.
Are you inviting Umar?
Yeah, all you know, even from the camera perspective. So this is.
Where is Umar?
Yeah, this is our.
Come. There we go.
Mumtaz Malik Sahab bhi aa gaye.
Come on up. Come on.
Okay. I think we have it. So.
Come on.
Jawad Sahab aa jaye.
Hamza Sahab, yes, come here, sir. He's a great worker.
Some people can come in front.
Where's Umar? Oh.
I think this is not the only team. There are a lot of people working in the background, right?
It takes a lot of effort, I see, to put on a short 4-hour event to raise 1.2 million.
Right, absolutely. So I think the good news is that by the grace of God, we are 1.21 million. We have met our target, you know, blessings of Almighty Allah and prayers of Azur and efforts of all of these team members and the ambassadors that are working out. So we want to just say thanks to them.
Great. And now can Imam Saab did such a good job of providing us the religious context for all the work that we do. Can we ask him to lead us in a closing dua prayers?
Dua kar le ji. Allahumma ameen. You know, there is a prayer of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam when they did lot of sacrifice. Then after that they said, Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka anta samiul alim. That whatever effort we made, It is very little, but we are asking you that, oh God, accept us from us.
And Munasabi, that's really helpful, but do you really not have a favorite program? Come on, you gotta have one, because Majid Saab thinks it's him.
And I know, I mean, so depend. No, I think the need, as you know, is I started out with Gift of Sight was my favorite, Water for Life was my favorite.
Yeah.
Feeding the Hungry starts to build up, right? So wherever the pain is, that's where we need.
That's
to
where
yeah.
You're a triple creator, Max Chaudhary sir.
Huh?
You're a triple creator.
I'm sorry?
You cannot beat 1.4 million warm meals.
Yeah, I mean,
disaster relief.
We started out with this very small, tsunami disaster. I remember that in Indonesia, we were serving 2,000-3,000 meals at the most.
Yeah.
Right. Now the Turkey disaster, 19,000 meals every day.
A day.
A day. So that you should see the growth of Humanity First. I mean, there are people who are out there cooking there. So
are you saying Mahmood Qureshi Saab is your favorite? Because if that is, there's a problem. With that, we'll close out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thanks so much. Elena and Ismat and all the ladies in the back there, we just want to say thank you to you as well. Okay. All right. Let's close.